Namaskar, good morning, Sat Sri Akal, Salam Alaikum, Warahmatullahi Wabarakatuh, every good welcome and all wishes, whatever applicable to this world. All wishes, whatever applicable to this world, This is Suraj Singh speaking from Bharat, India, and this is July 27, 2020, 27 I think, yes, 28th, I'm sorry, this is 28th, July 28th, 2020, and wishes to everybody for good time, though time is actually not good for all world, and I should not say, but I hope it may be good later, coming days may be good, hope so, but yet only wishes, no confirmation, no guarantee. This is my permanent certification, being corporate member of Institution of University of Bharat, Royal Chartered Body, Royal Charter 1935. Just for information, everybody who is a corporate member of Institution in India is authorized to use this title, Chartered Engineer India. This is a law of land, Bharat, India. And other certificate which I showed to you, this one, this is International Professional Engineer Certificate. This is the additional certificate which is issued only to those who qualify examinations of institutional engineers after an experience of say 7 to 10 years, and then qualifying written examination as well as online interview. Otherwise, they can't be certified as international professional engineer. And this validity of the certificate is only for 5 years, and every 5 years it requires to be renewed. And so far I have appeared in 3 such interviews, of one time for professional engineer certification and other times 2 times for international professional engineer certification, and also I have applied 2 months back for renewal because my certification is going to be invalid on end of September this year. If I don't get my certification renewed, I shall not be entitled to write after my name INTP India. This is international register managed by Institution of Engineers India, Royal Chartered Body. Institution of Engineers India is a member of IEP, International Professional Engineers Agreement, which was previously named as Engineers Mobility Forum. This is certificate given to those who could qualify this, and this opens mobility to other countries, member countries. There are 15 members countries till now on this international agreement. This is called IPEA, and it's a competency certificate. It indicates person is competent for international working, hence person knows about international laws of engineering, international codes and that's codes, and also procedures, and person is competent enough to work in responsible position and to understand theory and practice of engineering, and can apply all engineering practice, can understand financial economy related to projects and engineering, and also to understand other relations such as safety relations, quality relations, environmental relations, human relations, and communications and job. Means all these are capabilities and competency consists a kind of capacity building of personal, individuals, engineers, and it depends on continuous professional development that you maintain. And if you don't maintain that, then you are not even eligible for that. Basic eligibility is you must be a graduate plus whatever education. If you are a postgraduate engineer, means certified. If you are MTech or ME, then you are given 1 year relaxation in experience. If you are PhD, you are given 2 years relaxation in experience. This means in place of 7 years, they consider 5 years, and that's all. And after that, experience counts. Your CPD counts if you keep on learning every time. You're learning update, you're learning everything, you know how to apply engineering theories and how to do that means management of engineering it is. If you really call engineering management, this designation, chartered engineer, professional engineer, and international professional, all that depend on your continuous management of engineering successfully in each and every field. Handling of projects, and whatever designs project or execution project or whatever project do you have to improve them, such certification declares that you have attained that much. Apart from your certification of universities, this examination which is held and online is plus B, means it can go to whatever extent, crossing even ME and PhD. It get to means it doesn't relate to your BE certificate. It doesn't relate to your syllabus. No, there's no question of syllabus. They may ask question of syllabus, in-term syllabus, or they may ask whatever else. You are supposed to know whatever is happening in the engineering world otherwise as well, because general is also there. Safety, environment, and gender relations and all that, but there's social relations, political relations, constitutional relations, relevant law of contracts and relevant law of labor, workers and all that. This is something which is extraordinary, we can say. Means you have to be working engineer, not sleeping engineer. You are not simply degree or post-graduation or PhD. You are an active engineer in field of profession. That's what it means. And there is no end to this. You have to move on and on and on. And it doesn't matter that you should be a corporate member of institutions. Yes, you can be corporate member of whatever recognized institutions, the statutory recognized or otherwise. And that's enough. And with 7 years experience and also 2 years responsible experience, and every time you have to renew it, or 5 years. And first time, second time, third time, whenever you have to renew this, you may appear in interview. Except now, I think there's some relaxation of interview. I am not sure. And particularly for PE position, there is some relaxation for interview because they have reduced competency of qualification of PE. Previously, it was 7 years. Now it's only for 5 years experience. Consider for that. In addition to educational qualities for information to public, I'm giving nothing to do with this talk, but it indicates only what a certification means, so the public should know about that. If public knows that certificate, my purpose is only for public. I am here to support public, to inform public, to disseminate. I am not here particularly interested to share my experience, or share my knowledge with engineers only. Engineers are public as well. You should not follow that, but it's not specific an objective to engineers, because engineers know very well. I'm not supposed to tell them you have to do this, but public is informed, to be informed. That's very much important. Information should be given to public, and if public is not, the public doesn't listen, it's up to public also. If you want to improve quality, you want to make a good system, you want to create system, you want to evolve system, you want to move system, you want to extend system to public, transport system to public from imagination, from records. Now you have to be interactive with public through medium, and if public is interested, no, because that's after ultimately money of public. Wherever it is spent on private building or state building or somewhere else, it's all money coming from public, whether it goes through promoter, goes through government, or goes through whatever, means ultimately it is consumer money, it's public money all over the world. So it's the right of every citizen of the world, every citizen of every country to know what professionals are doing, what engineers are doing. Ultimately we do for community only, we do for either through government sector or through private sector or to whatever sector we do, corporate sector. Of course they make all profit, but their services must be considered that ultimate consumer is public. If you are a builder, a promoter, you are selling your flats, your apartments, your bungalows, you are getting profit out of it, but ultimately you are selling to whom? You are selling to members of public. So public is beneficial of that. If there is good delivery, it's not good delivery, then public is bound benefit of that. But you won't suffer because of you. So it's you who are a machine there, means your product, delivered product is used by public consumer. So it's duty of everybody, is a promoter, builder, government, or minister, or public, whosoever, that they are working for public. In fact, they are not working for themselves, and they should think that way. Once they start thinking they are working for public, everything will change, but unfortunately it's not happening. Promoters are interested in money making, a government is interested to loot nation, and this is happening that truth has gone, that you are serving, they think they are making their future. Just like political future is a political career. In fact, there is no political career. Politics is service. Similarly, engineering is service. Engineering can't be a career, because there is nothing in engineering you can say it's a career. There's no career in engineering. You have to serve all day. You have to deliver all day. You have to think all day. There is no profession of career in. There is no professional career in engineering. It is a professional service, I can say. If somebody is just like medical doctor treats patient, that's not a career, that's a service. But now this beautiful consideration, this beautiful contemplation doesn't work. In fact, it should work. That's the reason you undergo oath. Everybody undergoes oath. Once you join a profession, you pass something, everybody undergoes oath. Engineers go and undertake oath, doctors undertake, everybody says. But that is oath only for purpose of namesake, only for formality. You can say people forget this after taking oath, just like Prime Minister forgets oath after taking swearing of Constitution while entering office, and the President forgets it. He forgets. It's human nature. Humans, our souls have been weak. Our souls are not strong. That's why we are not strong. Mentally, we are not strong. We are just thinking of our existence and survival, and that won't work for long. Maybe temporarily it works. I'm talking of engineering management. Management and engineering both are different. Means I say engineering management applies to every year. Management in engineering is something specific. Management profession of engineering, I say it's something else. Now my again I would say what I must tell, my contents of thought every day are same, except I leave something, I add something. As this paper states, very rough paper. I am using rough paper because I want to tell that we have to be not very much artificial. We have to be natural sometimes. We do not forget that there's writing. We used to write sometimes. We are not born with computer. We used to write sometimes, and that's only symbolic. I am giving this here. This writing is very important for everything. That's what I'm saying. I should not forget we are writing. We used to write. Writing is our soul. I was born with writing. I used to remember only after writing many times because my mind was not very good. I used to write a couple of times, and then I say, okay, I understand that. And then writing used to be so much I could write an examination. So this is computer little talk, this is general management little talk, this is concrete, this is general material, this is, you can say, soil, this is related to FIDIC contracts, and this is related to general management, quality, etc. etc. All these are here. I'm just closing this down because all for an indicative purpose. And then I would say I'll show you also on my this as usual, I used to say that, of course, I must say applications here, and then I would go to this file here, and I will say a friend here can say I don't know, it's not working. What's the reason? Well, it's not. I show it's like that. No, it's working here. So I should say this is usual. This what I'm talking. This starts just indication only, and I'll say God's actions. All this daily happening. This engineering, management, system changes, organic structure, human thinking, result, only result, and you can say general contracts, specific specifications, total systems, quality, structured, and soil engineering, and port, FIDIC, red silver. We go down, saying FIDIC, soil report, soil engineering, quality, structured quality, and systems, total systems, specifications, general, resort thinking only, and this is human resort thinking only, and challenges, you can say organization, management, changes, and management, etc. Sorry for room talks, record, etc. So this is one thing like that. No, this is daily talk, and with God's blessings, I've been doing it till now successfully with power of God. I think it's not my power, and I hope it may continue. Let us see what God desires in this case. I can't guarantee anything because God is God. He gives me energy. God gives me energy. I take this energy. I get up early morning, think of this, and talk to you guys. It's your my field may be like that. Uh, when I talk of these issues, COVID, for example, I'm not giving a long talk just for COVID. It's in our country itself officially around 1.5 billion cases. In our country, Bharat, India will be more, and about 50,000 increment every day, which is very dangerous situation where you can say we have to be careful about this. This is official and unofficial. I can say you can multiply this by 5, you get a formal figure because news are never true. So you can say rather than 1.5 million, it can be 7 million, say around 7.5 something, and this may be more than, we can say, lakhs of people are affected, those who are not tested. And this is very, very serious situation as happening in America, well, then Brazil, now we are third, but maybe soon or within a couple of days, or maybe if not couple of days, maybe next month, we'll cross, I think there's a difference of 1 million only, I think, yes. So we may cross soon Brazil and be second, and then we may cross soon later a couple of months America as well, and we'll go to number 1 position, which is not very recognized, very pleasing position. Means keeping a newer population, this will be very bad. And also China, there are many spots in China, Xinjiang and many 2 or 3 cities, Australia, they are in panic, and you can see Hong Kong is on lockdown, and France, they are thinking of local lockdowns, and also Spain, you see, people are enjoying in Spain, but England is saying something else, don't go there and don't enjoy. So it's going on everywhere, means you can name a place and you will find something. So as COVID-19 is flying very far, it's flying and people are avoiding flying, that's the only difference. It's flying and you are already flying. European are thinking to use trains rather than flights for movement. And same thing will change soon because flight are no more valid, no more time tolerable. Well, continue else, forget COVID, means I can't help it, you can't help it. Only I can say to public, take your own care. And they are thinking of economy, all world thinking of economy, they're not thinking of how to get protection from COVID. And that's where humanity says, means human is still human is still money oriented, human has not changed, that bad one. Human hasn't changed, and that's really very sad situation. They are only interested in money and finances, they are not interested in lives of people. This is in that they are not saying that, but practically it is same. It means same that they are not caring for public now, and public is also little different. Means public is also not fully informed about the impacts of COVID, and that is really very bad. I observe this practically. Public is not very much sure about what should be done, what should not be done, because there is no right information going or reaching public all over the world. Public is not sure. Even mask they are not preferring, though it's very important. And even eyes they are not taking care, it's very important. They are not taking care of, and because they are not informed well, and they are exhaled, their anxiety of 3 o'clock now coming out on roads and enjoying as they are not used to sit at home. And that's where life has changed. So the God has changed your life by force. If you accept it, don't accept, that's what God's saying. Well, leave it here. I don't want to take time and probably move on to our engineering management, which is for which I'm talking here, because this is permanent talk for engineering management, engineering and contracts and soil and many other materials in engineering. Soil is one of very prime material, you can say. Prime materials like concrete, it is like, you can say, very important materials in science, that's like reinforcement steel, structural steel. These are very dominating material in words of construction, steel engineering. Concrete material, then you can say reinforcing bars material, and also structural steel material, and many other materials, pre-stressed concrete, pre-cast concrete, or you can say many more. and finishing items are all important, but most important is which material we do not in fact recognize as material, because it's available everywhere. And when something is available in abundant and nobody cares for that, it's careless. We think it's only soil, it's nothing, useless material. A common man thinks that because it's multi-purpose material, it's a permanent material for everybody. Whole world relies on this. If there is no soil, there is no surface of earth. So you can't stay on that. So soil engineering is very important from existence point of view, not only from engineering point of view. This soil gives you food through agriculture. Soil gives you earth on which you are staying, you are living, and soil gives you to live in a room or a building. We must realize this fact. And if we can't realize this fact, means I can say we are not having use of mind. We have minds, we are not able to use our minds. And engineer means use mind, just like every profession means professionals should use mind, otherwise we cannot be called professionals. If you are a professional, you are an engineer, it's your duty to use mind, and if you can't use mind, you are mistaken somewhere. We can clearly say you are mistaken, and you have no use that you are thinking. Engineer doesn't think means engineering cannot move. If you think emotionally thinking doesn't mean engineering. It means normal activity, sentimental activity. And if you think logically with reasons, you are certainly engineer, because engineering means logical thinking, rational thinking, thinking to use materials to their optimum use, to use them best so that they work for you, they serve you forever till you think durability is. That's what engineering is all about. And I respect that kind of engineering. I don't respect useless thinking. If I work in field, whatever field, maybe design field or construction field, wherever I work, I cannot work without thinking. You have to start something in imagination and convert it to physical entity, physical existence. That's what engineering is all about. You have to think something. Thinking is also a part of engineering. It's not exactly imagination. It's, you can say, assumption and consideration. We assume something based in relation to what is available. That is relational assumption. That is a relational thinking, not basic thinking even. Means we have certain standard available. We keep that in mind and then start thinking in relation to that standard. Otherwise, this can't be called engineering. We have something, we have to use that. We have to accept that first. We have many formulas, many codes, many specifications, standards one, and many more standard details. We have to use them. We have to consider mind. We can't say I have done this. There's something available. That's why, for example, there is natural material available. And material is available. Thereby we are going to use it. If it were not available, how would I have used that? Can't use that. That's reason is that's a kind of relational work. Engineering is relational work, and when there's something relational means it can't be said it's hypothetical, speculative, because it exists. It exists in natural form, whichever form. So we are after understanding properties of that material, we can use that material. Without understanding property, we have not understood property of stone. The stone is not good intention. If you have some properties of concrete is not good intention. The same thing many materials like that. If you could not understand that, means we would not have been able to use those materials in our field. Gradually we could understand what this material, and before that we had to understand what is basics of compression, what is basics of tension or shear, all these forces. We might have understood some point of time in our past what does tension mean, what does compression mean, and that's also in relation to something else. Nothing is basics. Moments are there, and bending moments and shear force are there, and you can say deflections are there, sways are there. What's all there means whatever parameters we use, whatever definitions we use, whatever materials we use, we have to take different way. That's what engineering developed. It's not in one go we develop all these subjects. Engineering took time to develop, and we are using that, and we are using that for our, and that's first purpose of education of engineering. It's we see inside we go to that subject and understand that thoroughly. Only then we can say we are competent to apply that. And that's also application is also educational part. You cannot say it's simply application of knowledge. That application knowledge gives you further knowledge how it actually conducts its procedures, its working. If you see concrete, we lay in field, we pour concrete, then we can understand how does it behave after pouring, post pouring, and we want to research on that. We have to innovate on that. That's also part of scientific research in engineering. Engineering doesn't mean you stop something and it's completed. It keeps on moving everywhere, and there should be continuous research on that. If you're really professionals, means there should be continuous research on what you do. Means continuous survey should be there, level control should be there, what settlement is ongoing, cracking, the micro cracking, why it is taking, what's the reason behind that. We have to see how concrete behaves in future. If you see deflection, is there a real deflection or deflection? We have to make that. So we have taken all precautionary measures, all the calculational measures. We have to keep this much depth so that deflection doesn't happen. We have to provide compression steel so that also it controls deflection. So many points are there. We have to keep in, that's part of research and continuity of that. And we assume 50 years life or 100 years life, and what life it is already gone, and what damage it has caused, what retrofitting is required. That's all is done. That's sort of engineering. We have to understand, develop is surveying to final hand work. It doesn't mean simply subjects only. It means life cycle. It is means if you start surveying in original scratch, and when you take this green project, a greenfield project where there's nothing to start with scratch, and brownfield project where you already project exists and you have to amend that project. So we have to consider all that point. It's very important. Means we are actually not taught what we should be taught in basic principles. We start with subjects. We don't even know definition of engineering when you join some university. They don't even tell you what's definition of engineering, what these materials are, what's our purpose of education. We just only see, okay, I shall become an engineer, I will get this one package. I shall become manager, I will get this one package. Only social criteria is that, professional individual criteria is that. Nobody understands the objective of your education. You may have different interests, but you join something else. So you don't really apply full energy of yours into that profession. Engineering, I always understand in a different way, though I'm not from engineering family. There's no engineer in my family, and there's, you can say, I was first in my family to, first of all, have professional education. There was no one else to have professional education in my family. That's my good luck, or you can say backward family. Of course, I belong to a very backward family. We had no history of education in my parental age. So I was, you can say, I was lucky enough in that situation, in that circumstance, that I could at least enter into this field. There are many people in many families who are from same discipline, same profession, and for them it's become easy because they get information at least where you should go, what you should do. But in my case, it's like raw material, raw means nothing like dust. You can say, when I say dust here, though it's soil, but I should respect. But that's also a fact, we don't respect that. We can say he has done this duster, remove this. Dust is always required to be removed. In fact, nobody would say spread dust in your room. Have you heard that? Did you hear somebody saying, I want to spread dust in my room, I want to spread dust on blackboard or chalkboard? No, you won't find I want to dust my shirt. You won't find any person in life speaking that or intending to have that, because there is a negative idea we attached with that material, and that's unfortunate. Now clean room. I want to clean room. That's purpose. Let me say, I'm finding some voice of rain. Let me just not please. Excuse me. Sleep fast. Like that. So far, so it's okay, let's continue. Sorry, gentlemen. So I was talking about soil and engineering management, and I take some time to explain every day my intention, my, you can say, ideas about engineering management, and I think you will find it means if I am taking your time, you are getting something, and you tell me if you don't have any interest in this. I won't take your time. You can write to me on my video comments, no problem. I'll take care of that if you think I'm wasting your time, because your time is also very important in these hours. I'm trying to explain, I'm trying to give you input about, if you understand actually what do you understand by meaning of engineer. That's very important point. And if you don't understand that, means you there's no meaning in calling yourself engineer, because purpose of engineer is not just to sit down in design office and do designs and say I'm engineer, or just to sit down in site and say I am trusted. That's your one part of life. That's one part of life. Another part is real engineer means you have to think something to change, because engineering means change. Engineering is nothing but change. That is basic definition of engineering. And we used to call recently, I think maybe 1 decade or 2 decades back, engineer is agent of change. Engineer is representative of change, because where the social change is not only for engineer, by engineer it's done by all others. So engineer is also one of them. So you can say engineer, as you say, so engineer is agent of change. That's true. We change by operation of engineering. We change by use of engineering technology, engineering theory, engineering applications, engineering innovations, engineering research, engineering changes of materials, engineering changes of designs, engineering changes of economies, engineering changes of lifestyle, and many more. We do that. Engineers brought road development, engineers brought railways, engineers brought metros, engineers brought water resources, engineers brought buildings, engineers brought complete infrastructure of world, engineers brought sewer line, water line, engineers brought all that you are using in current world. Engineers brought petrochemicals through plants. It's community of engineers all over the world that contributed to society, to constitute and produce current society, not society 100 years back. It's because of engineering effort. It's not, I'm not telling for one person, I'm telling the whole world. Engineers involved wherever, whether they were qualified or they were not qualified, they contributed indirectly and directly for evolution and development of engineering, and therefore the evolution and development of social standards, society standards. Today, whatever facilities we are getting in whatever field, it's because of technology. It's our technique, means when I'm talking to you, it's because of technology. Otherwise, I would not talk to you like this. So we should say there is always change, has been change all over our lives. I have seen change since I was born, and when I was in my own. As I said many times, told many times, I never even heard of computer. I never heard of even anything about that. There will be computer in future. So we could use that. And when I was doing my schoolings, when I was doing my diploma and engineering, I did not even have any calculator, forget something else. We had to use to do manually calculate everything. And when we got calculator, we got literally at least something we have. But it didn't make any difference. You were not allowed to take examination, and then say, okay, examination is late, quite late. Well, it's life, it's like that. Change, and change. It's not a spelling, say change, it's not simple spelling. It means change, means you have to transform your life. You can say transformation from one form to other form. Transformation means that you have to inculcate quality into your life. Quality also has to be understood in that sense. It's not simply quality spelling. The spelling came later, but quality started from beginning itself. Quality does not start in engineering itself. It started like a home. You wanted quality cleaning. You wanted quality room. You wanted quality cooking, quality kitchen. If you see that everywhere it's quality, everywhere it's quality. Quality lifestyle, quality, how do you want to show yourself, your external quality, your internal quality. There's a saying that I think you might have heard that, simple living and high thinking. You might have heard this sometimes. It's big, very big, It's very big, though it's very 4 words, simple thinking. I'm sorry, simple living and high thinking. It's very small phrase, but you think it contains too much in this. It contains voluminous materials in this. Simple living. What does it mean? You think not to wear clothes, or not to have much comforts, or not to have facilities? No, it's not that. Sorry, it's not that. Simple doesn't mean nothing. Simple does not mean nothing. Simple means it contains everything. It contains everything, but in a simple way, in an optimum way, in an optimum way, you can say. When we say optimum, it also has some meaning, not article meaning, but a real meaning. When you say optimize something, what does it mean? Optimize means don't waste it, simple. Don't avoid wastage. Don't abuse it. That's optimum. Means neither it should be too low, nor it should be too high. You may call that like optimum. Optimum use of this material, optimum use of this energy, optimum use of this resource. That use means you have to take care of that to that extent only. You have to leave that to that extent only. You do not overburn that. If you say you are burning something, don't overburn and don't underburn as well, because overburning and underburning both are not good for that material or substance you are using. Optimum use, I say, as I said, simple living, as I said, both are professional words. In fact, simple living and high thinking, practically speaking, this is civil engineer. Can you imagine this? You can't. Can you accept this? You can't. Young engineers shall never accept this. Never accept this. There's a reason behind that. I'm not blaming them. No need of blaming them, because they have some, you can say, they have some future. They want to lead life. We also used to lead life in that age. When I was 19, 20 or 21, 22, means just coming out of university, standing and walking in field and going, those times there were no cars in my time. Scooters were there. I didn't even have a scooter. I don't have any, didn't have a cycle. I used to go at public transport buses, and I think for my local jobs, which I was worked, I mean, government jobs, that is the authority DDA so called. I worked for 6 years, and I always use bus transport for my going to job, coming back and that. And I like that, because I don't want to spend money on cycle or on scooter on that. I don't want to use that, because honesty cannot allow you to earn a lot. Your salary is limited and you have to spend that according to your home budget. So you could not avail those facilities. So I don't repent that, but what I'm saying is, I used to travel also by walking. I used to have briefcase. I used to write my name, and also I used to write an engineer on that. It doesn't look nice, but at that time I had to display myself where I was. This was my childhood, adults and nature. Maybe to attract girls, who knows? Means you are young, and somebody may read you what you are. Because in those days your education was very important. When I was young, in those days very small number of people were educated. Even engineering diploma was very highly evaluated, very highly. Degrees are much more higher than that. And you see, if somebody was graduate or post-graduate in arts, that person was also very much, I was just having an inferiority complex. I'm only diploma. I'm not even, because you lecture or lecture used to say, one professor, if you don't pass this diploma, you won't even have a clerical job, because you are only school living person. If you don't pass this, if you are successful in your diploma education, you won't get any job, because you are not a qualified graduate. Yes, that's right. I was not qualified graduate because I passed civil engineering diploma 3 years course. That is civil engineering diploma, written on certificate. This person has passed 3 years civil engineering diploma. And that time I didn't know this is equivalent to degree. Oh, this is the diploma means nothing, school education. So this is very complex, because nobody explained its meaning. That time this course used to be called overseer's course. Later on name came as civil engineering course. Later on means after, at my time, my certificate says civil engineering diploma, and also my post was that time engineer, junior engineer in beginning. I was not very brilliant student. I could not go to university. I could not compete because of my finance. I am not going to explain that one, but I am just saying what is simple living and high thinking. Simple living doesn't mean don't wear good clothes or don't eat good food, quality food. It doesn't mean that. Only simple living is, don't show you are living like this. Suppose you have 1 crore rupees or 1 lakh rupees. Lakhs in that time were a very big amount. I was getting salary of 550 rupees including allowances, except fine, or including my bus allowance or transport allowance. It was 600 rupees. Just imagine. 600 rupees. Today 600 rupees nothing. You buy pizza, 1 or 2 pizza and 600 rupees. So at that time, my whole month's salary was 550 rupees. Basics was 425, and others were bearers, allowance, and house rent, all that. I'm just informing those who don't even remember. But that was good for me, being very low profile person, not spending money here and there. And out of that money also, of that salary, I could spend for my education, remaining education for degree. That was called AMI at that time. This is IEI education, section A, section E. So this was good enough for that, including my family expenses. I had 4 sisters, mother to rely on me, and also my bus travel. So I can say I had all facilities that time. You can say I had all facilities. These are facilities for me. If I use bus, what's the problem with that? If I survive. After all, I'm not doing for me, I'm doing for work, for project. I have to go to site, I have to supervise project. It's for project. If I go by bus, or if I go by scooter, or if I go by car, it doesn't make a difference to project. If I use car and go, project shall work same way. It won't impact on project. Yes, it may impact on my personality towards others who look at me, who watch who this person is. It may give impact on that or not impact on project. So my destination is, my objective is project and no society. Now trend has changed. In those days, this was different trend. Oh, you are educated one, good, very good. Oh, you are this in engineering degree, very good. You are qualified MA, very good, like that. Because people were not very much educated in those days. They were educated, means the other people who were gazetted officers, something, but those qualifications are different. I cannot compare those qualifications to professional qualifications. Professional qualifications like medical doctor, like engineer, like you can say, these at least modernizing qualifications you can say, others are not medical. These two basics are where life moves on. If there is no medical science, if there is no doctor, how can you maintain health? And health is number one priority everywhere. If you are not healthy, you can't work, you can't sleep, you may die. If you are not giving medical treatment, you may die. So that is also requirement number one. And if there is no engineering, you cannot develop your nation, you cannot develop your state, you cannot develop yourself. So that's another requirement. Others are on dependence. They all depend on this. If these two, if engineering doesn't move, nothing moves, you can say. Engineering means industry, engineering means advancement, engineering means production, engineering everywhere. If engineering does not move, you cannot change. I think that's the only reason we call engineers changers. Engineers are changers. In fact, if there is, I say, I'm not saying it's me. No, it's not my question. Maybe, may not be. But fact of life, world developed because of what? You go to every country, you'll find contribution of engineers everywhere. In each walk of life. Everywhere. But we don't realize that. We use their products, we use their services, but we don't realize that. That is where living is questioned. Those people who have buying power, they buy everything and they buy biggest houses, biggest building, biggest thing. They don't value. I purchased it, finished. A kind of pride of money. Despite knowing this money is not for you. Despite knowing this money is not for you. It won't stay with you forever. You have to drop it one day. Whether or not you like it, you have to drop it one day. That's also a fact. So money worthiness or money belonging or money ownership is completely temporary. Today you may be billionaire, trillionaire. For what? You are a storekeeper of money. Yes, you are a storekeeper of money. You have money, you can't use to yourself. You have to use for others only. Because this is not basically yours. This is for world. This comes from material that God gave to world. This does not come from your hard work. That's also true. That's what I'm saying. If you stay simple, it has many corners of life. Simple means, first of all, don't be exhibitive. Don't be exhibitive. Don't be over anxious. What happens if you have no money? Sometimes you get something money or you can't tolerate that. Or you get some standard raise in life. What happens? There's a sudden increase or you got some lottery. Or you got some achievement in life. You got educational degree, you got good job. You start heaving up. Means heave up. You don't heave up. Up. Means the floor is up. My floor is heaved up. You start heaving up to show to people because you could not digest that achievement to yourself. You start displaying that for what you don't know. To just let people know that I got this. You want to announce to people you got that. Okay, to that point this okay. But by what? You could simply announce, okay sir, I got this, thank you very much, by your blessings I got this, by blessing of God I got this. That point is okay up to that extent, but you are starting to show to all, see who I am top person, I'm top wealthy person in the world. Now there are so many news you see every day, thus many news you find on, oh this person is top 10. Okay, so what I do? If you are top 10, a question arises. If you are top 10, what can I do? What should I do? Is there any relation to me if you are top 10 number rich? There is no relation. But they want to tell you I am big. There point lies. I am different to you. You care for me, you respect me, you regard me. But they don't forget, or they forget, I don't know, what should I say? They realize or don't realize, this is not because of them. This is not because of them. Many people contribute to have them rich. It's because of them. If you are very rich, you must have some industries, must have some business, big business. And you have thousands of people working there. Maybe they are employing it, yet they are working there. What does it mean? It means because of their efforts, though they are your employees, but they are working for you. And you are getting profit, so you are getting rich. So your money is going to help you more money, otherwise there's nothing. This point we understand, but we don't accept. Here what I am saying, engineer is related. Engineer uses material, uses money, uses everything for making something, but that engineer leaves that one day and goes away. You get my point? Engineer does same thing, but not for itself. It's for project, and he leaves and goes away. He does not even know what's happening in that project if it doesn't go there. Keep off from wealth, but have wealth. You got it? Keep off from it, but have it. Don't worry. I'm not saying you don't have it. Give off. Don't think that it belongs to you. That is simple thinking. Because it doesn't belong to you. It does not. You can see it, you can use it, you can use it for every transaction. You can buy whatever you want to buy. You can give to whom whatever you want to give. You can run business with that. You can do whatever you want to do with that. But that is not for you. What I explain is simple thinking, simple living. You live with high profile or you with low profile, you are living. So simple. Don't forget, you were sent by that powers of universe, superpower of the universe. You came because of that, not because of these people here. These people all came same way you came. But why you are demonstrating your status to them? Your status well known to that who gave you this status. What is sole purpose? I ask these many people after, why you are jumping so hard? What did you achieve in life? What did you achieve? Nothing. You got sometime money, you got wealth, you got something you are getting and you are jumping because of that forward. You don't know. Forget me. Think it. Think it. How much beneficial it is to poor people? How much beneficial it is to nation? How much beneficial it is to combined society? Which society you don't belong or belong both? Your belonging depends upon how much incorporate you are there. And it doesn't, if you do not value them, you do not be part of that society, you cannot say you belong to them. That is basics. I think high living, simple living and high thinking has a wide definition. That phrase is not simple phrase. It has a wide definition. I think it's in here. See. So my dear, I would just suggest don't have any pride if you are rich, and don't have any pride if you are very well educated. Don't have any pride if you are having wealthy. You are having wealth, and don't have any pride in that. Yes, if you are using your mind for good, if you are using your mind for better, if you are using mind for world, if you are using your mind for positive acts, you are using your mind not for nuclear bomb, but for helping everyone. If you are using your mind not for fighters, but because we don't want to fight all over the world. This is nonsense. Engineering is for construction, not for destruction. If you are producing weapons only to kill others, this is not development. This is self-destruction. You think God sent you to fight with each other? That's where difference lies. That's where difference lies about simple living. It's not simple living. It's a living status to kill each other. Nations have to think. They are working for their public or they are working for personality. Wars come because of personality difference, not because of public. No people in world likes war. No people. Only these top leaders who have egos, they want life. They accept killing of thousands, millions of people for their positions. That's also a fact of life. So engineering is involved there itself. When you construct, you manufacture weapons or firefight or whatever you manufacture, ships, or you manufacture firefighter, I must say fighter planes, or whatever you do, that is for destruction purpose. So do you think your status is for destruction? Are you a devil or are you an engineer? You are busy in nuclear fission for manufacturing bombs, or you are helping electrical supply. You have to think. That's where simple living is right. High thinking is required. You have no ownership on these materials that God provided, but we abuse them. We think I am bigger to that country. I have this fighter, this country does not have this fighter. Your time goes into that abusive thinking. I'm talking for every country. You are not thinking for construction. You are not thinking for welfare of whole world. You are thinking of destruction. You have no right on that, but you are destructing each other. This material you did not manufacture. This original material you did not get yourself. This is God-given property, God-given wealth, but you are abusing that. So you are not representing God for what God sent you. You are representing something else. You are representing your ego. You are representing your pride. You are representing your power which is not yours. You are getting power because of this material and because of people, but you are allowing these people to die. Ultimately you won't die. People will die. Even if armed soldiers die, they are also people. Why should I allow them die without anything, without any objective? Here's the point. That's where this phrase also lies. It works. So we have to think many ways. Engineering is for positive, affirmative, not for destruction. Who are you to destruct part of this earth? You are no one. You did not do any contribution. You did not make this earth. You did not do any participation while making this earth, but you are ready to destruct that. You may be whatever country, you may be whatever leader, but you are incorporating yourself to destruct this. This is where what has to learn. What considers, every country considers, I am owner of this land. This is my land. Okay, this is your land. But what about that? What about that power? Who made this land? Did that power come sometime here and tell you this land is mine? That never said, but it belongs to that. It doesn't belong to you. You are here only for a few years and you are thinking I am owner of this land. That is where foolishness lies. That is where foolishness lies, and I should say, you change your thinking, bring it to a level of simple living and high thinking. You reverse now. It's simple thinking and high living. In your choice, in your scale, it's high living. But it's destructive living, it's not high living. That is where engineering mind is required. Engineers are never taught to break something except dismantling. And dismantling for purpose of remaking. And that dismantling also amounts to salvage material, don't forget. When you dismantle something, you get much salvage material. And that salvage means it can be used or used somewhere else. It's not scrap. It's scrap versus salvage. So engineers never learn destruction. But later on they join destruction. For what reason I don't know. Maybe for money only. Nuclear engineering is not taught to make for making at home. That's a precautionary measure. But it's become a competition now all over the world. I'm not going to that political angle. I'm just trying to say, what does engineering mean? This means engineering. Do good. Develop. If God likes, it takes 5 minutes for God to destroy the whole earth. Don't understand that. It will not take more than 5 minutes for that power to completely destroy this earth, for which you are fighting, you are claiming, you are proving your ownership. Remember, nothing permanent. Remember, engineer means affirmative work. Engineer equal to positive work. Engineer equal to development. Engineer equal to creation. Engineer equal to change. Engineer equal to transformation. Engineer equal to mental thinking. Engineer is not simple engineer. It's creator. It's establisher. It's positive mover. Engineer has a lot of responsibility. It doesn't mean certification. It means commitment. It means, mission. What is your mission? how far can you move on to that line that leads to mission? That is very important. We have hundreds and formula in engineering, hundreds and hundreds of formula. Somebody gave us that. Somebody sometime in back history gave us that. For whom? For us. We are using that. We did not generate any formula. We are using those formula. We are using those formula based on what they explain to us without computers. Still we are using that. Our softwares are using same formula. That is development, engineering development. And once engineering is developed, you can develop world. With use of same formula, we are designing everything. We are designing. We are not doing something from our own. We are using mind given to us by someone. And with that mind we work together, and then we create something also that will be used by someone else. Engineering is different. We are not copying anything. We are trying to learn how it was derived. And if it's empirical, just to know how it's empirical. Because there is a reverse relation between two. Derivation can be proved. It can be done some procedural steps. Whereas empirical means you have to observe. Both are different. Learning by observation and learning by derivation are both other words. Engineering is mostly derivation, mostly. Very little empirical. But in engineering, as far as materials are concerned, we cannot say these are derivative. Formulas can be derivative. Certain formulas, not everything. Mathematical models were required, they are derivative. Where no mathematical model exists, we have to think ourselves, conceive ourselves, we have to see and then decide how to, we have to find relation and correlation among various statistical data we receive from works or from somewhere else. That leads to empirical transformation. We have to observe that, find some set of information, standards, and that's empiricalism. So, it's up to you. Don't act over smart, act smart. See, until you analyze something, you can't understand that. That's also true. First, we have to analyze ourselves. We have to analyze engineering mechanism. We have to analyze my inside. Am I a real engineer? Or I am just fake engineer? Fake in a sense, I am just doing nothing and I am saying engineer. There are many engineers who do just want to survive, and there are engineers who want to devote. Devotion, commitment is one part and survival is another part. I am talking for those who want to commit. I am not talking for those who want to survive, because they would continue to survive irrespective of what's happening in the world. They don't care for that. My talk is destined to those who are ambitious, who have some future use of, just to, you can say, contribute to engineering, who have some plan to contribute to engineering, and who should do that and who may do that. Only achievement, only destination, only is to contribute something in addition to doing that. If you contribute your whole life for projects, some projects, you may not be there, but people will be there. Oh, this engineer was there who created all this. For few decades they may say, until that project is. You may not be there, but people will remember. They may not be knowing your name, but maybe your nationality or maybe something else. Your created brainchild, that project would tell everyone, this is MI. It doesn't need any certification. It's there itself in form of project. It's a big degree, bigger than degree, if you have contributed to that. And your soul will be happy that I did that. Yes, there will be errors on that. There will be some mistakes on that. Somebody will say this is bad. Okay, despite that, that's a project. There may be 100% something out of that. There will be 10% is problematic, but 90% is fine. That's okay. Yes, there are problems everywhere. Somebody else would come and read those problems, study them and solve them. That's okay. That's what's required. Well, I'm just trying to say, just to go to soil engineering. I was talking yesterday. I should know, if I go on speaking like this, it's around 1 hour. I don't this like that because I have time. But this is important discussion, remember me. Because you see, I'm not reading any text here. I'm not reading any script. It's coming to my mind, and that's early morning time, fresh mind. My active cells are not working. My all cells were sleeping. Now they are thinking themselves. So what I'm speaking is from my mind, from my conscious, not from written. So I didn't plan anything to speak. Believe me, I now plan what I'm going to say. Yes, some points maybe in my mind. The points, okay, yes, okay. When I say I'm going to start talking engineering mechanism and engineering sciences, engineering soil, and in that means first we have to again see are we engineers? If I don't think that, every day I forget I'm an engineer, because I don't remember that. It indicates pride in me. I'm okay, I'm an engineer. Fine, I'm an engineer. Every day I'm an engineer. I may just say it doesn't mean anything. Yes, I use this term for information to public that there is an engineer. There is a availability of engineer. You should understand that. You should remember that. It's not Arab world. They know what's engineer. It's not all towards the West. They know what engineer. In our country, engineers are misunderstood, and that's the point on change. Engineers doesn't mean personal government. Engineers means everywhere. We have to be a little different in our lifestyle. It's a big question that we are still following some stones lines. We don't want to change them. We say in Hindi, lakir ke fakir. Means we just going behind those lines which are drawn on stones, and what does it mean? How lines are drawn on stones, never drawn. Can be drawn even by grinder possibly, I think, so nothing else otherwise. So if you want to draw a line on stone, you need a grinder, and grinder means what what grinder means. You grind your mind. You grind your thoughts. And that requires honesty. That requires honesty, sincerity, commitment, which very little Indians, very few Indians have, not all. Soil improvement, soil engineering. We are following soil stabilization, and very important topic that was soil. And I remember that we talked yesterday about that. Bituminous stabilization, we're talking about that. That's also very important one. Pavement design, I'm not here, pavement design, something else it was. Where is that? Soil stabilization, yes, it is here. We talked of bituminous stabilization and thermal stabilization, we'll talk, and we'll talk, electrical stabilization. So I talked yesterday about bituminous material. I think I read it to you. I don't exactly remember it. I forget, and the membrane stabilization is dead there. So I'm going to go very fast in this 2-3 minutes to say what we talked about bituminous stabilization yesterday. Stabilization, soil stabilization, bituminous materials, and says bituminous materials are obtained either as natural materials or by products from petrochemical industry. Petroleum industry, several types of grades of bituminous metals are available, such as asphalts varying from 10 penetration to 300 penetrations asphalts, cutbacks of rapid curing and medium curing and slow curing 0 to 6, emulsions of various viscosity and tars of various viscosity and pitches. Stabilization of soil with bituminous materials, satisfactory for coarse grained or grained soils. Its use for stabilizing plastic soils is very limited because grains are independent and these can be coated. The following concepts are, of course, let's see what's this. Use of design criteria. That is use of design criteria based on cementation strengths, and number 2 is attempt only to waterproof soil in order to maintain inherent strength of stabilized material. under all conditions of weathering. And advantage of first concept is that is about design criteria based on cementitious strength. That it attains maximum stability. It attains maximum stability for continuous traffic. Means continuous traffic stability is required. This type of stabilization is used in road mix works. Roadway works where existing road metal on roads, etc., is improved during construction stages. Stabilization is very effective, though costly. Second concept of stabilization uses low quantities of bituminous materials to waterproof finer particles of soil. So here we are taking second conception is where to use this bituminous material to waterproof finer particles. The first one was use of design criteria based on the cementation strength. And advantage of first one is that it attains maximum stability for continuous traffic, that is for design criteria based on cementation strength, and this is that type of stabilization is used in road mix works where existing road metal on roads, etc., is imposed during construction stages, and type of stabilization is very effective but costly. And other case when you coat surface of this, for this second one, when you say low quantities of bitumen materials to waterproof finer particles of soil, which case initial stability of mix is not used as criteria, but only water absorption is governing factor. This type of stabilization should be only used after carefully studying properties of soil and its inherent stability, with or without admixtures. It's essential to provide proper compaction and to high densities at controlled moisture contents during construction. Advantage of this second concept is low or its cost of stabilization. When treating cohesive soils with bituminous admixtures, special attention should be paid to all factors that might contribute to structural integrity of stabilized material. Drainage is considered to keep surface infiltration, and adverse groundwater conditions within limits. Consideration should also be given to amount of traffic which road is scheduled to carry. Climatic conditions, availability of construction equipment, and uniformity of soil conditions also affect bituminous stabilization. A general guide: heaviest asphalt, which can be easily mixed into soil, is used. Amount of bitumen required to stabilize soils varies between 2 to 3% for sandy soils, sandy materials, and 6 to 8% for clay material. Bituminous stabilized soil is not used as a wearing surface for high traffic road. Bituminous stabilized soil is not used as a wearing surface for a high traffic road, although sometimes it's used as wearing surface for low cost roads. And then member stabilization, I'll go continue to bituminous stabilization, and that's where we'll move. And I was reading some papers, technical papers. Let's move to that one, because that's where we have to think of, that's where we have to refer to research work to understand more, to understand a better way. So we'll go to FIDIC 17 affects bitumen soil stabilization, bitumen soil stabilization. Let us see the same one or different one. Let me go and see. This is a very important point. And I would say, engineers, please understand this. This soil stabilization is your foundation of civil engineering. And so it's soil stabilization using bituminous emulsion and cement combination as additive. I was reading this yesterday. Maybe I could not do that completely due to some reason, but now we'll do that. It's an interesting one. Let me just remind it what it is, because it's very much technical. This is a paper that was written by Ian. This is Ian Walla, Ganga Matthew and Abidoye Shola Paul. This is Department of Civil Engineering, University of Ibadan 200284. Nice area. Let me get some water first and go further later on. I'll go to this technical papers and other documents for about an hour, you may say, and then I'll shift to FIDIC. I thought people would get up early morning and join me, but I'm not getting any such credit by people. No problem. Maybe they are very busy, they are tired and sleeping. Let them enjoy life. No problem at all. So this study says something about this. I repeat that. This study examined effect of stabilizing, means there is one soil that's called laterite, Lateritic lateritic soil. This study examined effect of stabilizing lateritic soil. Lateritic soil, we know that, with combination of bitumen emulsion and cement soil. This is combination of bitumen emulsion and cement, and that is stabilizing laterite. Now soil samples were obtained soil samples from borrow pits located in Coil Area Council in Abuja. This 3% of additives were considered. One is 4%, 6%, and 8%. Bitumen emulsion and cement contents were combined, and in percentages, say bitumen emulsion and cement contents were combined in percentages: 100 0, then 75 25, 50 50, 25 75, and 0 100. The five ratios, bitumen and cement contents. So 100 0, 75 25. First one is cement. First one is bitumen emulsion, that is 100, 0 75 25, 50 50, 25 75, and 0 100 to form 5 additives. Stabilized soil and unstabilized soil. Stabilized soil and unstabilized soil control geotechnical properties such as unconfined compressive strength UCS test and California bearing ratio CBR tests were determined. Unconfined compressive stress, unconfined compressive strength, and California bearing ratio for soil samples A and B were 0.46 MPa. So UCS was 0.46 MPa for A, and that is 90.6%. This was for A, 0.46 MPa, and 19.6%. that is UCS and CBR. UCS is 0.46 MPa, that is unified compressive strength, and that is MPa. MPa, MPa is same thing as and 90.6% CBR, that's California bearing ratio. And then it was for B 0.95 MPa megapascal and 22.6% CBR respectively. CBR of soil A, that is we are talking of A, and that is 4% additive of mixed proportion. 4% additive of mixed proportion, 100% and 0%, 75% and 25%, 50% and 50%, 25% and 75%, 0% and 100%, where 49.1% for first one, 68.8% for second one, 140.5% for other ones, 172.5%, and then 218.5%. This is, you may say, CBR of soil A at 4% and additive CBR of soil A at 4% additives of mixed proportion of all these 5 categories given here, where this is 49.1% the CBR, 68.8%, 140.5%, 175, and this all respectively. Corresponding values for UCS were, now about UCS, 0.64, 0.66, 1.21, 1.27, and 1.33. While for 8% additive, this was for 4% additive, these values I spoke about. Now, while for 8% additives, CBR for soil is B, soil B, previously was for soil A, while for 8% additives, CBR for soil B, 78.4%, 88.4%. So there's a difference. In previous one, CBR was different than for A. It was, it was for, you can say, 49.1%. Now it is 78.4%. In that 68.8%, it's 88.4%. That's 140.5%. It's 180.5%. If one is 2.1%, it's 220.42%, and it's 218.5%, 288.8%. Previous was for 4%, and this now for 8%. So there's a difference. Double quantity of this. Double quantity of 4% additive is 8, and for that there's change in value. So that value is not double; it's varying one. So it has gone from 49.1 to 78.4%, 68.8% to 88.4%, 140.5% to 180.5%, 172.1% to 224.2% and 200, 172.1% to 24.2%, 218.5% to 88.1%. And this is CBR value, but and UCS values, UCR are different. You can say 0.642, 0.48, 0.662, 0.68, and 1.21 to 1.5, 1.27 to 2. So 131 respectively. It's also that both UCS and CBR value increased. It increases, as I can say. I'm sorry, this is CBR value, and I'm talking of CBR value. UCS, I'm talking of UCS here, not CBR. For UCS, what is so 0.642? How can I something wrong? UCS was 0.48, and that was the 0.48, but now it's now 0.68. And it's also that both UCS UR values increased as cement components increased for both soil samples, so stabilizing stabilizing laterite with mixture of bitumen emulsion, that's stabilizing laterite with mixture of bitumen emulsion and cement, improved strength of soil. Now in these keywords are stabilization, unconfined compressive strength, as California bearing ratio, moisture content, and bitumen emulsion. Now actually paper starts so far, so just in abstract I was telling you. Stabilization is a process of improving subsoil engineering properties prior to construction. This is very much common. Now this is accomplished by, it can be accomplished in several ways, such as preloading of ground. You can preload ground. That application of high energy impacts, you can say, or use of sand drains, and sand filters. Prefabricated wick drains and chemical additives. On other hand, laterite describes no material with reasonable constant properties. To those in a temperature where the country is temperate countries, to be described as red friable clay. As kind of clay, you can say red friable clay surface. And to those in hilly tropical countries, it could be described as a very hard, homogeneous, vesicular, massive clinker. Like materials with for framework of red hydrated ferric oxides, of vesicular infill of soft aluminum oxide of yellowish color, and in less hilly country it could exist as a very hard or soft rock, coarse angular red. Now laterite soil is group rather than well-defined materials are most commonly found in a leached soil of humid tropics. Laterite is a surface formation. Laterite is a surface formation in hot and wet tropical areas, which is enriched in iron and aluminum, and develops by intensive and long-lasting weathering of underlying parent rock. Now, these varied properties have brought limitations to their use on some construction sites. So, these varied properties brought limitations to their use on some construction sites. Many of these limitations have been overcome by addition of stabilizing agents to improve their properties. Improve their properties. Improve is some writing problem, eyes problem. So many of these limitations have been overcome by addition of stabilizing agents to improve respective properties, or by various other means of soil improvement. Some stabilizing methods include use of cement, lime, fly ash, and bitumen, depending on type of soil and site conditions. Portland cement has been used with great success to stabilize natural soil, because all soils respond to treatment with cement. However, chemical condition of some soils which can inhibit normal hardening of cement or lead ultimately to loss of durability or high construction cost. For highly plastic soils have limited their use. Bituminous stabilization is also in use for construction purpose for all over the world, and so is hydrated lime. Hydrated lime in its own case increases soil strength primarily by pozzolanic action and with formation of cementitious materials, especially in granular materials or lean clays. Bituminous stabilization is generally achieved using asphalt cement, cutbacks asphalt, or asphalt emulsion. This type of bitumen to be used depends on soil to be stabilized, method of construction and weathering conditions. In frost areas, use of tar as a binder should be avoided. because of its high temperature susceptibility. Asphalts are affected to a lesser extent by temperature changes, but a grade of asphalt as a grade of asphalt suitable to prevailing climate should be selected. As generally most satisfactory results are obtained when most viscous liquid asphalt that can be readily mixed into soil is used. For higher quality mixes in which a central plant is used, viscosity grade asphalt cement should be used. Much bituminous stabilization is performed in place with bitumen being applied directly on soil, or soil aggregate system and mixing and compaction operations being conducted immediately. Thereafter, for this type of construction, liquid asphalt, that is cutbacks and emulsions are used. Some emulsions are preferred over cutbacks because of energy constraints and pollution control efforts. Inferior quality materials can be made to resist excessive deformation and deflection by applying soil stabilization or modification techniques. Deflection by applying soil stabilization or modification techniques. Soil stabilization and soil modification are both related to improvement of soil properties, so that they suit a particular purpose. Soil modification often refers to soil improvement that happen during or shortly after mixing. Modified soils are those whose consistency, grades and swelling properties are improved to desired extent, and strength is increased to a certain extent. Soil stabilization is broadly classified into 4 types, namely thermal, electrical, mechanical, chemical. Chemical stabilizers are most widely used in road construction industry and broadly classified into 3 groups, namely traditional stabilizers, non-traditional stabilizers, and byproduct stabilizers. Laterite is a group of highly weathered soils formed by concentration of hydrated oxide of iron and aluminum. Soils under this classification are characterized by forming hard, impenetrable and often irreversible pains when dried. Laterite and lateritic soils form a group comprising a widely variety of red, brown and yellow, red, brown and yellow fine-grained residual soils. Fine-grained residual soils of light texture as well as nodular gravels and cement soil named laterite based on hardening such as ferric for iron-rich cemented crust, alkite or bauxite for aluminum-rich cemented crust, calcrete for calcium carbonate-rich crust. So there are which one? That is ferric, alkite and calcrete. Ferric, lateritic based on hardening such as ferric for rich iron cemented crust, alkite or bauxite for aluminum rich cemented crust, and calcrete for calcium carbonate rich crust, and silicate for silica rich cemented crust. Other definitions have been based on ratio of silica SiO2 to sesquioxide, that is Fe2O3 plus Al2O3 in laterite, and laterite ratios are less than 1.33. Okay, so we have seen alkite, calcrete and silicate for silica, calcrete for calcium carbonate, alkite for bauxite aluminum rich. Now we go to other definitions have been based on the ratios of silica, SiO2 to sesquioxides, Fe2O3 plus Al2O3. In laterite ratios are less than 1.33. Those between 1.33 and 2 are indicative of laterite soils, and those greater than 2 are indicative of non-laterite soils. Now most laterite soils are encouraged in an already hardened state. Say when laterite is exposed to air or dried out by lowering groundwater table, irreversible hardening occurs, producing a material suitable for use as a building or road stone. Laterite soils behave more like fine-grained sands, gravels and soft rock. These laterite typically has a porous or vesicular, appearance, possible vesicular appearance, which may be self-hardening when exposed to drying, or if they are not self-hardening, they may contain appreciable amounts of hardened laterite rock or laterite gravel. Conductor of laterite soil behavior and pavement structures has been found to depend mostly only on their particle size characteristic. nature and strength of gravel particles, degree to which soils have been compacted, as well as traffic and environmental conditions. It is found that stabilized soils have beneficial engineering properties and could potentially be used more often, though additional field use and testing should be carried out for proper scientific procedures. Furthermore, during an experimental study of shear strength of stabilized soil, duration of failure of each specimen being tested was observed to increase with increase in stabilizers. Also, shear stress at which failure occurred occurred reduced, and most of soils sample mixtures increased in shear strength. Also, shear stress with which failure occurred reduced, and most of soil sample mixture increase in shear strength. Stabilization of soil is employed when it's more economical to overcome a deficiency in a readily available material than to bring in one that fully complies with requirement of specification for soil. It's been regarded as last resort. It's been regarded as last resort for upgrading substandard materials where no economic alternative is available. A continual reference to economy here denotes careful consideration of all costs that would be incurred by importation of not readily available of a compliant soil, and comparing this to cost of improving properties of an unstable but readily available soil. Now describe some terms commonly applied in chemical stabilization of soil, especially Portland cement, lime, and asphalt. All agents for stabilization have particular soil material to which they are applied would produce required properties. Cement of stabilization involves three processes: cement hydration, cation exchange reaction, cement hydration, cation exchange reactions, and pozzolanic reaction, carbonation. Cement hydration is a chemical reaction between cement and water to produce chemical hydroxide or hydrated lime, CaOH2. Soil and cement reaction involves replacement of divalent calcium, Ca2+, divalent calcium, adsorption of CaOH2, and cementation or ablator at interparticle by taberomorite, by toberberite gel, calcium silicate. Tubal gel. Now, soil and cement reaction involves the replacement of divalent calcium, adsorption of CaOH2, and cementation at interparticle contacts by toberberite gel, calcium silicate, chief constituent of Portland cement, produces lime, CH2, and government gel, which are responsible to strength increase in treated soil. Now, bituminous soil stabilization. Just a little water. My neck is paining because of this. Now, bituminous soil stabilization refers to a process by which bituminous soil stabilization refers to a process by which a controlled amount of bituminous material is thoroughly mixed with an existing soil material to form a stable base or bearing course. Bitumen increases cohesive and load-bearing capacity of soil and renders it resistant to action of water. Stabilization of soil with bitumen differs. Stabilization of soil with bitumen differs greatly from cement stabilization. Basic mechanism involved in bitumen stabilization is a waterproofing phenomenon. Soil particles are coated with bitumen that prevents or slows penetration of water. Most bituminous soil stabilization has been performed with asphalt cement, cutback asphalt and asphalt emulsion. Soils that can be stabilized effectively with bituminous materials usually contain less than 30% passing number 200 C of CO and have a PI plasticity index less than 10. Soils classified by UCS as SW, SP, SWSM, SPSM, SWSC, SPSC, SM, SC, SMSC, GW, GP, SWCM, SPGM, SWGC, SW, GM, SP, GM, SWGC, GP, GC, GM, GC, and GMGC can be effectively stabilized with bituminous materials provided above mentioned grids and plasticity requirements are met. There are two major types of bitumen emulsion: cationic bitumen emulsion and anionic bitumen emulsion. Cationic emulsifiers are generally based on long hydrocarbon nitrogen compounds. Cationic emulsifiers are generally based on long hydrocarbon nitrogen compounds such as alkyl amine. Alkyl amines. Alkyl amines are powerful surface active compounds with greater influence on surface tension. Anionic bitumen emulsion is normally based on fatty acids. Anionic bitumen emulsion is normally based on fatty acids. A fatty acid molecule consists of a long hydrocarbon chain. A fatty acid molecule consists of a long hydrocarbon chain and terminates with carboxyl group. Fatty acid molecules consist of a long hydrocarbons chain and terminates with carboxyl group. Emulsifier solution is prepared by reaction anionic emulsifier with sodium hydroxide. This reaction is called saponification. This is emulsifier solution is prepared by reaction anionic emulsifiers with sodium hydroxide. This reaction is called saponification. Chemical substances that can enter in natural reactions chemical substances that can enter in natural reactions of soil and control moisture getting to clay particles, therefore converting clay fractions to permanent cement that holds mass of aggregate together. Chemical stabilizer in order to perform well. Must provide strong and soluble cation. Chemical stabilizer in order to perform well must provide strong and soluble cations that can exchange with weaker clay cations to remove water from clay lattice, resulting in soil mass with higher density and permanent structural changes. Now, materials. One minute, please. Just switching into relative humidity more than 80%. Two borough pits were located at Kuali Area Council of Abuja, north central Nigeria, with a distance of about 1 kilometer apart. Topsoil of borough pit was removed. Before excavation, we excavate to the depth of about 1.2 meters. At this depth, enough samples were taken from 2 borrow-pits in bags labeled for identification purpose and transported to laboratory in Abuja. Laboratory samples were air-dried, stockpiled separately and covered with polythene material. Samples were dried, stockpiled separately and covered with polythene materials to prevent moisture aggression. Enough quantity of bitumen emulsion was procured and also 6 bags of ordinary Portland cement. Bitumen emulsion and cement contains so you can say enough quantity of bitumen emulsion was procured and also 6 bags of ordinary Portland cement. Bitumen emulsion and cement contents were combined. Bitumen emulsion and cement contents were combined in percentages 100-0, 75-25, 50-50, 25-75 and 0-100, all these 5 cases to form 5 additives. These 3% of additives were considered, 4%, 6% and 8%. Additives were soil mixed, that is the soil were mixed up manually on flat surface. Various tests. Additives and soil were mixed manually on flat surface. Various tests. Such as particle size distribution, compaction and atomic limits were carried out on unstabilized soils A and B. Stabilized soils and unstabilized soils control geotechnical properties such as unconfined compressive strength test and California. Stabilized soils and unstabilized soil controls geotechnical properties such as unconfined compressive strength and test and California bearing ratio. CBR were determined and all tests were correction. Now we'll go to other one. Results and discussion. Results and discussions. That is about 5:11. Sweating out, sweating out. Just when I put 1 minute, let's let me half a minute to go and come back. My cloud management. Chappals are here. Chappals are here. Really, yes, now. Two soil samples were classified in accordance with Unified Soil Classification System USCS Unified Soil Classification System. Parameters used were soils grading curves, liquid limit, plastic limit, and plasticity index. Soil samples A are 200% retained by sieve number 200. Now, percentage retained by sieve number 200, that is 0.075 mm, was 75.5%. This value was greater than 50%, thus coarse grained soil. Also R4, that was R200, previously I talked R200, I said plasticity in the beginning, plasticity index soil sample A, R200 is persons retained by sieve number 200, that is 0.075 mm, was 75.5%. This value was greater than 50%, thus coarse grained soil. Also R4 percentage retained by sieve number 4 was 40.3%, which was greater than 0.5 R200, indicating that soil was gravelly soil, was plasticity index PI of 8%, PI 8%, and liquid limit LL of 34.4%. This soil was clay gravel sandy soil, mixture GC. Similarly, for example, sample B R200 was 79.4%, which was greater than 50%, the coarse grained soil. Also R4 with 48.6%, which was greater than 0.5 R200, indicating the soil is gravelly soil with PI of 9% and liquid limit of 32%. Soil was also clay gravel sand clay mixture GC. Figure 5 and 6. Now we'll give figures. This showed grading curves for soil sample A and B respectively. Now, prior to CBR test, compaction test was carried out and results were utilized to prepare soil samples for CBR and UCS tests. California bearing ratio was carried out on both stabilized and unstabilized soil samples A and B in order to ascertain effects of two additives on soils: resistance to plunger, penetration of CBR machine, table 1 and 2, and figure 7 and 8 contained results of CBR for samples A and B. Now here is figure 5. I'll show you. Hold on. This is having particle size on abscissa, that's the mm, particle size in mm. Figure 5 grading curve for soil sample A, and it starts with 0.001 mm, goes to 0.01 and then to 0.1 and then 1, then 10 and then 100. And on ordinate it goes in percentage passing, and that is up to 100 from 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. Now there is a curve here which you say is about 0.002, 0.002, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's 0.002, little less than that, and 10%. That is, and then our next point is also same. So it moves on like this, and at 0.01 it's about 20, 22, 21%, and 0.1 it is about 25%, while on 0.1 on 1 it is about 40%, and then goes up to 10 mm, and this is about 85, and then if you go on to say 10 something, and it is 100. This is I will show you. And then particle size, and then you say sample B, let's also show similar 0.001 to 100 mm on abscissa, and person is passing from 0 to 100 on abscissa and ordinate, and similar curve. Now we will see how it works. I'll show you that before. Let me show you this before going further, otherwise it shall be not easy. I'll show you all sketches here through my mobile. Let me show you the mobile is I say yes. I'll delete many of my sketches, not like yesterday. You should waste my time and your time. So let's delete many photos here. First of all, let me delete those photos and delete. I delete many photos. Okay, I will need many photos now. I'll take some photographs from this so that I can take many photographs in one time and show to you. Generally, I'm taking photo now. It's here. This is figure number 1, taking measurement during sample collection, and before that is figure 3. That is, I'll take one by one so that issue. This is I'll take compacted specimen figure 3. Figure 3, this is figure 1, this is figure 4, this is figure 3, this is figure 2. So let me take first figure 1, which is here. Figure 1, I'm taking figure 1, and it says, I'll take this one better. Figure 1, I'll try to show you number also. This is figure 1. I'm taking figure 2. This is figure 2. I'll take figure 2, then I'll go to figure 3 now. Figure 3, this is compacted specimen. Figure 3, I'll take now figure 4, specimen for UCS in compression machine. Figure 4, and then now I'll to figure 4. Now I'll go to this chart, that is figure 5, grading curve for soil sample A. And now I'll take grading curve for soil sample B. This is figure 6. I have taken these figures and I tried to summary of severe test results, and that there's so many more. Let me see if I can do that. And then soil, this is let me see what does it mean, what does it say. Let me see that. Soil stabilization using bitumen emulsion and cement combination as additive. This is table 1. Table 2, let us take table 1 first. Table 1, if I can take in this, I'll be happy. This is table 1. Let's do table 1, 2 together. I think together I have to take. It's not possible to take in one go. Table 1 and table 2 I take together. I think it's better to take that. It's not coming one, so I'll take together in this and then I'll take this graphic, figure 7. Figure 7 is this graphic. Figure 7 is graphic, and then I say figure 8 is another graphic. Figure 8 I take is another graphic. And after that, I think, yeah, there are also tables and graphs more. Maybe, I don't know. Let me finish this first. Let's say table 3, this is UCS various tokens. Table 4, null, and then graphs more. So, okay, I'll take that at end. Let me now give you all this what I have taken so far, so that confusion doesn't stand. So I am giving you figure 1 in this first of all, and that's here. That's figure 1 I'll give you first. Figure 1 here, this says taking measurement during sample collection. So this is that one. Let me see now. This is here. I'm sorry. This is here, and this is here. This is here. Taking measurement during sample. This is figure 1. This is figure 1. So here. This is taking measurements. This is taking samples during measurements. Then I'll move to second one, and that's the second one. I move to second one, and that is figure 2, soil in mold for compaction and CBR test. So maybe some light is there, no problem, but soil and mold conditions, some light is there due to photograph, but it's clearly seen soil and mold. Some because of light there's some problem to see. I'll see other one, that is maybe something there. Now number 3 is the ascending light there, but this is also same thing, and this is, you can say, compacted specimen for UCS test, figure 3. Compacted specimen is compacted specimen for UCS test, figure 3. Compacted specimen for UCS test, figure 3, and we'll go to the next one. Next one is this is God, what is this here? What's happening here? This is this why is coming यार, ये क्यों आ रहा है बीच में यार, कहाँ बीच में आते हैं यार तंग करने के लिए. Figure 4, specimen for UCS, specimen for UCS. So for the specimen for UCS, let me see this right or not, I don't know. Figure is not very good, whatever it is. Why it's something like this. Fuck off, yeah. Then it is next one is graphics, which was actually sample 1 graph. This is grading, this is figure 5, grading curve for soil sample A. Grading curve for soil sample A. You can see on abscissa ordinates, millimeter size in abscissa ordinates is percentage wise, and same on other is this one, another graph. This is another graph, and it is figure 6 CBR, which means sample B graph, and this is sample B graph. I think I made a mistake here. It's not simple to go. Wait a minute. This is here table, and this is on this. Yeah, this is the graph. I'm sorry. This is the graph. This is the graph here. Sample B. Sample B is this graph, and if you go further, there is a table summary of CBR test for soil sample A and B. Summary, I will give you in advance this much. The summary in advance, you may not even read that, but it's for a reference, because I cannot see the file directly. I don't have projector here. Until I have projector, I have some share documents. A screen share, I cannot show you that one. So that it is another one, that is bitumen cement contains CBR. That is bitumen cement content for soil sample A. This is the one for soil sample A, bitumen cement content, and And now we go to other one. That's also for sample B. For sample B, same type of graph, sample B. Let's say it, and then that's that for current photos. I read them first for you, so that you know. So let us go further and talk of this in technical way. Now I'll be there with you now here for this this paper. So what I did is said, now we have seen this photos here, figure 1, 4, 2, 4, 5, all this here, and now results and discussions we gone through, and we have seen that. So where I was talking, this I was talking is, yes, I talked this one, I talked to this one, what we're talking, and this is, well, I think I had talked this in parts in sample A and sample B, then we talked of prior to see but text, and this is a different over. Now this is okay, fine. So I was talking about the graphics, figure 4, figure 1 is there, which you have seen. This figure 1, again I am repeating, this figure 1 is taking measurement during sample collection. Figure, there was a tape we have seen in that figure, measurements of excavation is being taken, and then soil in mold for compaction and severe value. Soil is being collected in mold, and in figure 2, figure 3, compacted specimen for UCS test. You can see compacted specimens are there in that figure 3, and figure 4 is specimen for UCS in compression machine, and then it is figure, after that is, you know, this is figure 4, and figure 5 is grading curve for soil samples. Grading curve, which is shown red color here, and there are various points on that, and this millimeter range of particle size of FCSUG varying from 0.001 to 100, and on ordinate percent is passing varying from 0 to 100%. Also same thing applies to figure 6, grading for sample 2. Then there is, you know, there is soil stabilization using bitumen emulsion and cement combination additives. This is also a part of results. Table 1, it is summary of CBR test result for soil sample. There are 4 columns in this table. Bitumen cement content is first column 4%, second column 6%, third column 8%, because there was percentage we used for this additive, 4%, 6% and 8%. Now controls are here. Controls, what it says, controls are, you know, in control position under 4, under 6 rates 19.6%. 19.6 is written, then 19.6 and 19 points. Now 100 0 case, what is there? First one is 100 and 0. Second one is 75 and 25 percentage wise. Then 50 50. Then 25 75, and then 0 100. And in first case of 100 100 0, it is, you know, 4% category 49.1, 6% category 69.1, 8% category 78.4, and if you see 4%, it is 49.1, 6% 60, 1.9, 8% 78.4, and in 75-25, 4% it is 60, 68.8, 6% it's 78.6, 8% 88.4. So you see 50-50 in 4 it is 140.5, in 6% is 160.4, in 8% 180.5, and also 25-75, 4% is 172.1, 6% is 196.4, 8% is 224.2, and 4% It is as 0, 100, 4% is 218.5, 6% is 249.4, 8% is 288.1. And if you go to second sample B and we repeat same, let us say control is 22.6, it was in first case 19.6 control, and second is 22.6 for all these three categories. So let us say 100, 0, it is 4%, 72, 6%, 81.8, 0%, 94.1, all these three. 75, 25 case, 79.9 is 4, 90.3 is for 6, 103.9 is for 8, and for 50-50 it is 162.3 for 4, 184.5 for 6, 212.1 for 8, and for this 50-50 it is 162.3 for 4, 184.5 for 6, 212.1 for 8, and for 25-75 198.8 for 4, 225.9 for 6, 259.7, 8, and for 0-100 252.4 for 4, 286.8 for 6, 329.9 for 8. Now what actually it states in these two tables, one is for control 19.6 and one for 22.6. What actually this came from, that's also very important point here. If you see this one, I can say that's that point I missed somewhere here. It's in beginning of that. It says 3% of additives were considered 4%, 6%, and 8%. And bitumen emulsion and cement contents were combined in percentage 100, 0, that is percentage of bitumen emulsion and cement contents. That is 100 bitumen emulsion, 0 is cement, 75 bitumen emulsion, 25, like that, up to all 5 categories in both cases. And there was conduction of all these tests, UCS and also CBR. These were calculated for A and for B both in individual cases. Corresponding values for UCS and for 8% additives, etc., are shown here. Observe that both UCS, CBR values increased as cement increased per increase of cement component increased for both soil samples, stabilizing laterite and mixture of bitumen emulsion. So it's clearly given there now. One actually is now control point. I'm not able to find here, and this control point is given. Maybe somewhere else I'm not able to find that. See later on as well. So let's move further to find something that I sometimes can't find something written on paper directly because it's essay type paper. It's not tabulated. Everything is not tabulated, so I can say I'm going to find them. You can say all that. Results are these input limits. Well, let's move further, and there's so much data available here. I cannot find that. Well, so what you see, if you increase this 4%, 6%, 8%, it is contents of cement. If you increase this 100, 0, for example, 4% bitumen cement content, and this is, you say 4%, 6%, and 8%, you'll find less controls, less in you can say 4% and more in 6%, and furthermore in 8% in all cases. Example is 49.1 in 4% goes to 61.9 and then 78.4 in all these 5 categories of 100, 0, 75, 25, 50, 50, 25, 75, and 0, 100. And then if you see bitumen cement content, that is on FCSA and CBR percentages on ordinate, and this 4%, 6%, 8% are indicated by 4% indicated by blue color, 6% by red color, 8% by green color. And if these graphs for case 1 bitumen cement content and FCSA is 5 categories 100, 0, 75, 25, 50, 50, 25, 75 and 0, 100. On ordinary CBR percentage 0 to 350. So we are seeing 100 0 case, it's about 50, little 50 as in exactly, not exactly, but little in one case. In other case it's more than that according to that table. Is 6% case, and then if you go to 8%, it's further higher, and it applies 75, 25 also. In all these 5 cases you'll find 3 different curves for those 3%, 4, 6, 8 and these 5 cases. So in all this it's increasing, and same thing happens in sample 2, that's bitumen cement content on FCSA and CBR percent of size. So this is another case. Now it says CBR table 1 and 2. CBR table 1 and 2 of samples A and B increased with increasing in cement proportion. CBR table 1 and 2 of sample A and B increased with increasing in cement proportion of additives. For instance, unstabilized sample A CBR, unstabilized sample A CBR with 19.6%. With the 19, for instance, unstabilized sample of the CBR with 19.6% rose to 49.1%. So without additive it was 19.6%. That's its control is. So for instance, a stabilized sample A CBR was 19.6%, rose to 49.1% on addition of 4% additive. Similarly, this trend was observed with 6% and 8% also. CBR value increased as percentage of additives increased of mixed proportions. It was observed that influence of cement on strength of stabilized soil was more than that of bitumen emulsion. It is also observed that influence of cement on strength of stabilized soil was more than that of bitumen emulsion. 6% additive with 100% bitumen emulsion in soil sample B increased a CBR to 81.8%, while that of 100% cement was 26.8%. Same trend occurred for 4% and 8% additives. The result was in agreement with Arjundite, who observed that excess bitumen in soil stabilization resulted in a strength reduction. Same trend occurred. What says 6% additive, 100% bitumen emulsion in soil sample B increased its CBR value to 81.8%, while there 100% cement was to 86.8%. Same trend occurred for 4% and 8% additives. Result was in agreement with Arjun Daip, who observed that excess bitumen in soil stabilization occurred, resulted in strength reduction if excess bitumen is used. Addition of cement in additives compensated for supposed loss of soil strength due to excess bitumen. Federal Ministry of Works General Specifications Roads and Bridges gave strength requirement in terms of CBR for road pavement structure of Nigerian roads. The minimum CBR value for subgrade was given 30%, for subbase 30%, and base material with 80% CBR value. Now based on results in table 1 and 2, as we said, materials are suitable to be used. Materials are suitable to be used as base course for road works after stabilizing with additives with bleached cement, bitumen, proportion 75-25. UCS test results were displayed in Table 3 and 4 and Figure 9 and 10. Highways Manual Part 1 design contained Federal Ministry of Works requirements for strength for various pavement courses. Manual specified 7-day UCS. Manual specified 7 days UCL value range of 1.5 MPa to 3 MPa for base course at 100% modified asphalt density. For sub-base course, UCS value ranges from 0.75 MPa to 1.5 MPa at 100% modified asphalt density and 0.5 MPa to 0.75 MPa at 97% asphalt density. Therefore, with reference to specification, optimum combination for sub-base material for coarse percent 6%, 8% was 75% bitumen emulsion and 25% cement contents with 0.66 MPa, 0.67 MPa and 0.68 MPa respectively. For sample A, soil at 97% modified asphalt density. Now what we say, laboratory UCS and CBR test, this is conclusion is laboratory UCS and CBR tests conducted on 2 soils stabilized with mixture of bitumen and cement revealed that soil samples experienced increase in strength as proportion of cement content increased and proportions of bitumen in mixture reduced. Also, optimum combination for sub-base material were with 4%, 6% and 8% additives was 75% bitumen emulsion and 25% cement contents. Now it's table 3 summary of UCS version bitumen cement content for sample A soil. This summary here, I can say same repetition here, and that is this is a summary of UCS versus bitumen cement contents for sample A. Bitumen cement content percentages, then UCS at 4, UCS at 6%, UCS at 8%, 100 0, 75 25, 50 50, 25 0, 75. UCS 4% pine 0.64, 0.66, 1.21, 1.27 and 1.33 for all these 100.5455 bitumen cement contents. And at 8% this is 6% UCS at 6%, 0.58, 0.67, 1.45, 1.82 and 1.7. Similarly at UCS at 8%, this is for 100 0.48 and 75 25 0.68 and 50 50 1.5 and 30 35 75 2.16 and 0 100 is 2.45. And same applies to table 4 summary of UCS versus bituminous cement content for sample B, and that is bituminous cement content 0%, 100, that is 100 0, 75 25 50 50 25 75 and 0 100, where UCS at 4 is 0.82 down, 75 25 0.85 and down to 50 50, 1.29 and down to 25 75 1.94 and then down to 0 700 1.99, and UCS at 6% is again 0.58 down to 0.8 and then 1.39 2.69 2.43, and UCS 8% is 0.67, then for next one is 0.76 and 1.68 and 2.45 and 4.14. And then you can see this curve is there, which is same curve we have put there, same values of bitumen cement content, and this is UCS at 4%, is all given here. So this is same position we are taking 0.64. Same table down is brought here and put in here 6458, and you can find these values. Yeah, this is there again. You will find that and then there are references. So I give just photo of that so that you may have reference. These two photos I give you, though may not be very clear photos. There's nothing is wrong if I give right way. I may take this and give this one. Let me do this first, please. Just for record purposes should be, otherwise I think there's no meaning at all in that case. What nonsense are you doing? So I'm giving you this. Okay, I'll give this only for purpose of This says table 3 and table 4 summary. I will save. And next one is, this is graphics here. This is graphic for one, and this is here, And this is graphic for other one. Then I'll give you these two here, latest photographs of this, so that you can get into the photograph purpose. It is number one is that. Is that graphics? I'm sorry to say. This is table of both samples. I think this cut out is that of what you want to see. And the other one is that. Photographs are not clear, unfortunately. As for reference only, I am not able to share these files. I'm not happy with this. What to do? Now, what to do all the way out. So we'll move to now. This paper is over. This paper is over. And this paper which is over now, I'll take other paper for you. This paper, folks, other paper for you is other paper is I'll take you other paper, and that is here. Let me show you which paper is that. Scanning is still ongoing. Let me go to the basics of my computers and see how I want to find 6 o'clock. Let me take one more paper to talk to you better. This was detailed paper, long one. I'll find another one. This is there. In this, I say stone column 27th. I did that. Ground scissors study. Well, I should better start this ground soil resistivity, soil stabilization bitumen is over. So I should say electrical, what is soil resistivity? Soil resistivity, definition, measurement, soil. Let us start this first. Soil. This is what is soil resistivity, definition, measurements, and then it is, let me say, it is 26 July or 27 July. Yeah, here I can understand. This is soil resistivity. This is small file, ground soil resistivity, and then it is control stick. No, this is not that. What is soil resistivity, definition, measurements? Let me start this first, this file, and then I will start other one. That's bigger one. That's soil resistivity. This is the other one, soil resistivity, small one, and it's also small one. Okay, let us say this. What is soil resistivity first of all? So this is here. Data sheet PDF site now. There is soil resistivity file here, and this is soil resistivity. Soil resistivity, and what does it mean? Now, measure of, we're talking of some resistivity of soil. Just be clear about that. I've started different talks now. It is regarding electrical resistant and all those, which are very important from every understanding viewpoint. I'll show you to reference of book also in this. I think 8. Let me see. There it was. From this point of view, we see it was. There is a electrical stabilization and chemical stabilization, thermal stabilization. As electrical stabilization, just you see, when a direct electric current passes through a saturated soil, when a direct current passes through a saturated soil, water flows towards the cathode. When a direct electrical current passes through a saturated soil, water flows towards cathode. In case water is pumped at cathode and not replaced at anode, soil decreases in volume, thus consolidating soil. Strength of soil is increased by this type of consolidation. It is known as electro-osmotic consolidation. This is just basic definition. Here is, once again I repeat for your purpose, electrical resistivity, and then there is thermal stabilization. Let us now just understand basic of it before moving forward. What does it say? I repeat, electrical stabilization. It's marvelous to understand this, because we have to deal with civil problems as well as we have to deal with electrical and heat problems. When a direct electric current passes through a saturated soil, water flows towards cathode. In case water is pumped at cathode, in case when water moves towards cathode, if it is pumped, In case water is pumped at cathode and not replaced at anode, is water came from anode, went to cathode, and we pump at cathode and do not replace at anode, soil decreases its volume because anode water has come to cathode and we are pumping that out. So what happens? Soil decreases in volume, thus consolidating soil. Strength of soil is increased by this type of consolidation, electrical based consolidation, water movement using electrical current, electrical potential. Water was present there in voids, and one was cathode, one was anode. Circulation from anode water moved on to cathode, and you pump that out, it decreases volume of soil, leading to consolidation, and due to consolidation there is increase in its strength. Strength of soil is increased by type of consolidation. It is known as electroosmotic consolidation. Electroosmotic consolidation, again electroosmotic consolidation. Electro means ELECTRO and osmotic is OSMOTIC, and you know what is consolidation. This is one part. Now besides electroosmotic consolidation, electric current may cause ion exchange, deposition of solids from electrochemical decomposition. One was ion exchange. Electrical current may cause, number one, ion exchange. Number two, deposition of solids from electrochemical decomposition of electrolytes, of electrodes, and three, alternation of arrangement of soil particles. Alternation of arrangement of soil particles. All these changes to soil grouped together, is known as electroosmotic stabilization, or simply electrical stabilization. These are three. One is ion exchange, one is deposition of solids from electrochemical decomposition of electrodes, and three, alternation of arrangement of soil particles. So these three, all changes, and all these changes to soil grouped together is known as electroosmotic stabilization, or simply electrical stabilization. An equation for rate of water movement by electroosmotic osmosis is obtained as follows: by equating electric force tending to move as an element of water to frictional force tending to return its movement. It says an equation for rate of water movement by electroosmosis is obtained as follows by equating electric force tending to move an element of water to frictional force tending to retard its movement. So it says velocity of flow VE, and that is equal to dZe. dZe over pi eta. V is velocity of flow equal, d is dielectric coefficient, small d it is, z small is zeta potential, and E is field strength divided by pi, and eta is viscosity. This is basics of electrical stabilization, and now also we are going to study both thermal and electrical stabilization. Now theory says in thermal stabilization, heating or cooling of a soil changes its properties. This can be utilized for soil stabilization also, though this method is very costly and other limitations to there. Even a slight increase in temperature causes a slight strengthening in a clay by decreasing electric repulsion force between clay particles, a flow of pore water because of imposed thermal gradient, and a reduction in water content due to increased evaporation rate. A temperature more than 100 degrees Celsius dries off absorbed moisture on a clay, thus increasing its strength. Temperature in range of 400 to 600 degrees Celsius irreversibly changes some clay minerals to less water sensitive material. Change at a temperature of 900 to 1000 degrees Celsius, certain clays starts to fuse and converts into bricks. I repeat this paragraph. This is very important paragraph because this is the basics of thermal stabilization of water first. Again that. Put it here. When we understand something, its basic concept must be clear. Just like we say concrete cannot take tension but compression. Same way we should understand purpose of electrical and thermal. Energies for purpose of soil resistivity. So class now maybe it's taking some time, no problem, let us take time, it's a very important chapter. Let me repeat thermal stabilization, electrical will repeat also. Now again I say same language, heating or cooling. Both are thermal, heating or cooling of a soil changes its property. Very clear. This can be utilized for soil stabilization also, though this method is very costly and other limitations do apply. Even a slight increase in temperature causes a slight strengthening in clay by decreasing electric repulsion force between clay particle and flow of pore water because of imposed thermal gradient and reduction in water content due to increased evaporation rate. A temperature more than 100 degrees Celsius dries off adsorbed moisture on a clay, thus increasing its strength. Temperature in range of 100 to 600 Celsius, degrees Celsius irreversibly changes some of clay minerals. That is 400 to 600 degrees Celsius irreversibly changes some of clay's minerals to less water. Sensitive materials. At a temperature 900 to 1000 degrees Celsius, certain clays starts to fuse and converts into bricks. Heat may change an expensive clay. Heat may change an expensive clay into a non-expensive material. Results of an experiment corroborate facts. Now, what is the temperature? This is given temperature and swell index. Temperature in Celsius, degrees Celsius, and swell index numbers. Now, temperature is 105 degrees Celsius, swell index is 0.11. This is a fact, following results is that heat may change expensive clay into a non-expensive one. Swell index is that. Temperature is 200 degrees Celsius and it is 0.09. Swell index is 0.09. It was 0.1 thing is now. It is 500 degrees Celsius and 0.06, 750 Celsius 0.03 and 1000 degrees Celsius 0.02 swell index. At 105 degrees it's 0.11. Now, thermal stabilization has been used successfully in many large projects, including foundations for buildings, machinery, and smoke stacks in USSR. Thermal stabilization can be also obtained by freezing pure water. Thermal stabilization has been used successfully in many large projects, including foundations for buildings, machinery, and smoke stacks in USSR. Before USSR, now you can say Russia. Thermal stabilization can also be obtained by freezing pure water in soil. Freezing pure water in wet soil produces a rigid material with considerable strength. As soon as soil water freezes, strength increases rapidly with decreasing temperature. Soil has been stabilized for various purposes by this method. Among them are ice piles and ice cofferdams. Ice piles, ice cofferdams are freezing to permit advancing of mine shafts or tunnels. So freezing to permit advancing of mine shafts or tunnels. Freezing of soil samples in order to obtain reasonably undisturbed sample, and 5 is underpinning of buildings. Freezing is generally a temporary stabilization. It must be used with proper caution. Now there is chemical stabilization, and this I'll take up later on. So it's only one paragraph. I think I can just tell you if it's does, but I don't think it's that. Again, I'll take up. Hold on, and I'll go down. I'll go to paper, which is more important than just running away everywhere. Now what this paper says. Let's go to paper. Soil resistivity. Now so question is soil resistivity. Measure of resistance offered by soil. Now measure of resistance offered by soil in flow of electricity is called soil resistivity. Measure of resistance offered by soil in flow of electricity is called soil resistivity. Resistivity of soil depends on various factors like soil composition, moisture, temperature, etc. Generally, soil is not homogeneous and their resistivity varies with depth. Soil having a low resistivity is good for designing grounding system, electrical grounding system. Resistivity of soil is measured in ohm meters or ohm centimeters. Resistivity of soil mainly depends on temperatures. Which temperature? When temperature of soil is more than 0 degrees, its effects on soil resistivity is negligible. 0 degree freezing point, its effect on soil resistivity is negligible. At 0 degree, water starts freezing and resistivity increases. Magnitude of current also affects resistivity of soil. If magnitude of current dissipated in soil is high, it may cause significant drying of soil and increases its resistivity. You got me? Scientific work in the civil engineering is a interesting one. It's part of soil exploration, don't worry. I'm not giving you something just for sake of learning. It's part of soil exploration, geotechnical exploration. Resistivity of soil mainly depends on temperature when temperature of soil is more than 0 degrees Celsius. Its effect on soil resistivity is negligible at 0 degree. At 0 degree, there is no major impact on this. At 0 degree, water starts freezing and resistivity increases. Magnitude of current also affects resistivity of soil. If magnitude of current dissipated in soil is high, it may cause significant drying of soil and increase its resistance. Resistivity of soil varies with depth. Lower layers of soil have greater moisture content and lower resistivity. If lower layer contains hard and rocky layers, then their resistivity may increase with depth. Measurement of soil resistivity. Okay, we move forward then. Resistivity of soil is made in four-spike method. Measurement of soil resistivity. It's four-spike method. Let me put a light. I think wasting time for what I do. Resistivity of soil is usually measured by four-spike methods. In this method, four spikes arranged in straight line are driven into soil at equal distance. A known current is passed between electrodes C1 and C2 and potential drop V is measured across P1, P2. Current developed an electric field. Current I developed an electric field which is proportional to current density and soil resistivity. Voltage V is proportional to this field. Now here's the diagram. Circuit, measurement of soil resistivity. There are for C1, C2, P1, P2, and these are for, you can say, circuit it is. And resistivity of soil is made by 4 spikes method. There are 4 spikes in this method, and these are arranged and driven into soil at equal distance, and the current is passed. There are 4 spikes, C1 and C2 on ends, and then in between P1 and P2, and SSS distance between all in this. And here voltage passes between P1 and P2, and A amperage between C1 and C2, and this is measurement soil resistivity. How does it work? Soil resistivity is proportional to ratio of voltage V and current I, and is given as P rho is equal to soil resistivity, that is soil resistivity equals 4 pi SV over I over 1 plus 20 2s over under root s square plus 4b square minus 2s over under root 4 square plus 4b square, where rho is resistivity of soil and their unit is ohm meters. S is horizontal space between spikes in meters, and B is depth of burial in meters. If measurement is to be carried out using main supply, an isolating transformer should be connected between main supply and test setup. Main supply and test setup, so that what to do, I'll show you this sketch before going further, because the sketch is also very important. Let us show you this sketch of soil resistivity. It's very important from engineering viewpoint and understanding viewpoint. Let me take this. I remove previous sketches, no need of those. So let me take this back. I will start this camera and take it back now. And this is here, this soil resistivity. Then we go to the next one. This is formula here. I show you this. This is here. This is soil resistivity spike test. You see, in between there is a voltage and an external one. Between C1 there is a voltmeter, and here is I'm sorry, this ampere is between external one and voltage internal. This is method to measure voltage resistivity, electrical resistivity here. Then go to the other one, and that is a formula of this, how to calculate that. Now I'll go back. Let's move forward and see what else we have to do. In this case, we have seen this formula, soil resistivity proportional to area. So this says resistivity equal to this ohm meter equal to 4 pi SV. We know S is distance between these spikes and V is voltage, which generally and divided by amperage. What so I this 1 and this whole divided by 1 plus 2s over under root s square plus 4b square minus 2s over under root 4s square plus 4b square. And B is spikes from ground down to that's depth. You can say kind of depth. What level would that be shown on a sketch? You can see A is shown there, I is shown there, V is shown there, P1, P2 are shown there, C1, C2 are shown there, S, and B is that one. Now in this electrical spikes case, AC and DC enclosed power, what we have to understand, relative terms, which are very important as well. The relative terms: earth resistance, method of earthing, properties of semiconductors, electrical resistance, difference between resistance and resistivity. Earth resistance, number one term, earth resistance, method of earthing, properties of semiconductors, electrical resistance, differences between resistance and resistivity. So as terms like earth resistance, power system, measurement of earth resistance, methods of earthing resistance and reactance, grounding, electrical grid, different layouts, and a substance light stock and insulation coordinator, steady state, stability in power system. Okay. I think there's nothing in this file which can be discussed, and I'll just jump to other file, but no information is available there. So we'll go to other one then. Now we'll go to other one, and this file was what is soil resistivity. Other file is now I'll open the file, and that is solar system soil. Where my file has gone? Okay, wow. So what is soil resistivity? I've seen that. Why measure soil resistivity? There's another here. Why measure soil resistivity? Page and the page and the point. Understand that. Small file, no problem if you want. We'll take benefit of this also. So, now let's see, sorry. Why measure of soil? Let's read this small file as well. It's not bad to read files. Soil resistivity measures have a threefold purpose. First, such data is used to make subsurface geophysical surveys. Slide looks interesting. Let's blow this a little bit, so that reading becomes easy. Yeah, I have blown up this slide. Okay, now I did this. Soil resistivity measures have a threefold purpose. First, such data is used to make subsurface geophysical surveys as an aid to identifying one ore location, ore location, depth to bedrock and other geological phenomena. Second, so first is very clear, geophysical surveys to know location of ores and depths of bedrocks and other geological phenomena. Second is resistivity has a direct impact on degree of corrosion in underground pipelines. Very good. Second, resistivity has a direct influence or impact on degree of corrosion in underground pipelines. And decrease in resistivity, a decrease in resistivity relates to an increase in corrosion activity, and therefore dictates protective treatment to be used. Third, this is 2. So second is what? Direct impact on corrosion if resistivity is reduced, which is for pipelines, direct influence on degree of corrosion in underground pipelines, which is metallic pipelines, and decrease in resistivity relates to increase in corrosion, and therefore dictates protective treatment to be used. And third, soil resistivity directly affects the design of a grounding system, and to say it's to that task where that is discussion is directed. When designing an extensive grounding system, it's advisable to locate area of lowest soil resistivity. It says when designing an extensive grounding system, it's advisable to locate area of lowest soil resistivity in order to achieve most economical grounding system. Area of low soil resistivity means whenever we are going to some earthing system or grounding system, means advisable to find lowest soil resistivity, locate area of lowest soil resistivity in order to achieve most economical grounding installation. Effects of soil resistivity on ground electrode resistance. So, effects of soil resistivity on ground electrode resistance. Soil resistance is key factor that determines what resistance of grounding electrode shall be and to what depth it must be driven to obtain low ground resistance. Resistivity of soil varies widely throughout world and changes seasonally. Soil resistivity is determined largely by its content of electrolytes, which consist of moisture, minerals, and dissolved salts. A dry soil has high resistivity if it contains no soluble salts. Resistivity approximates ohm centimeters. Now soil we have minimum, average and maximum, you can say, resistivity. Ashes, cinder, brine, waste. It is minimum 590, average 2370 and maximum 7000. This is for ashes, cinders, brine, waste. And then clay, shale, gumbo, loam. So it says ashes, cinder, brine, waste, we say 590 minimum, average is 2370 and maximum 7000 ohm centimeter. Clay, shale, gumbo, loam. 340 minimum, average is 4060 ohm centimeter and maximum is 16,300. That's clay, shale, gumbo, loam. Same with varying proportions of sand and gravel. So that is in minimum is 10, 1020 because of varying proportions of sand and gravel. Then this is 1020 and now is now same with varying proportion. Maybe you are thinking, no, I was thinking something different. No. When you are using some sand with that and gravel with that, in that case you can say there is some increase in these proportions, means this same you can say it's now with sand and gravel, means it increases that. So minimum is 1020, average is 15,800, maximum is 135,000, which and then gravel, sand, stones with little clay or loam, minimum is 59,000, average is 94,000, maximum is 458,000. So there are four different cases here. In one case it's very minimum is 590 and then in clay case it's 340 because of water and something, and then you can say in same with varying proportion of sand and gravel raise 1020 because water cannot be written by sand and gravel, and then gravel, sand and stones with little clay or loam. Clay or loam is there, so it's further increased. and semi-average and semi maximum. A fact is affecting soil resistivity. What are factors that affect soil resistivity? Two samples of soil when thoroughly dried, may in fact become very good insulators. Two samples of soil when thoroughly dried may in fact become very good insulators, having a resistivity in excess of 10 to power 9 ohm centimeters. 10 to power 9 ohm centimeters. Resistivity of soil sample is seen to change quite rapidly until approximately 20% or greater moisture content is reached. So 20% greater moisture is reached. Let us say table. Moisture content, then resistivity ohm centimeter, topsoil sandy loam. Let's see. Moisture content 0% by weight. Moisture content percent by weight, and that's topsoil and soil sandy loam. Now, when it is moisture content 0%, resistivity topsoil is 250,000 ohm centimeter, and sandy loam is 150. Sandy loam is 0%, 10 to power 9. Some change in my mind. Moisture content percentage by weight is 0% moisture content, and topsoil is 10 to power 9, and more than that, and sand loam also. Then we say what we say in case of moisture content 2.5%. I'm going a little different, You may say 2.5%, and before 0%, when you are 2.5%, resistivity comes down to 250,000 from greater than 10 to power 9. And for sandy loam, it comes down to from 10 to power 9 to 150,000. And when you add further to 5%, this further comes down to 165,000 from 250,000 and 43,000 from 150,000. And further reduction by 10 to 5, to 10. It becomes then, to 165,000 to from 235 to 50,000 and 43,000 from 150,000. And in case you increase to 10%, then it further reduces from 165,000 to 53,000, and in other case it reduces from 43,000 to 18,500, and for 15% up to 15% water content, then it is down from 53,000 to 19,000, and then 18,500 to 10,500 in case of sandy loam. And when it raised to 20%, 15%, from 53,000 to 19,000, from 18,500 10,500, and then up to 20%, it comes down from 19,000 to 12,000, as well as from 10,500 to 6,300. And in case of Similarly, you can see when it comes to 20, it's 19 to 12, 19,000 to 12, and 10,500 to 6,300, and further down to 30, 12,000 to 6,463, 0 to 42. So there you can say 0 to 2.5, 2.5 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15, 15 to 20, 23 increases gradual except first two steps. So it has come down from greater than 9, 10 to the power 9 to 250,000 to 165,000 to 53,000 to 10,000 and 19,000 to 12,000 to 6,400, and from Sandy Loan 10 to the power 9 to 150,000, 43,000, 18,000, 10,500, 6,300, 4,200. See drop in that. And resistivity of soil is also influenced by temperature. Figure 3 shows variation of resistivity of sand, variation of resistivity of sandy loam containing 15.2% moisture with temperature change of 20 from 20 to minus 15. In this temperature range, resistivity is seen to vary from 7200 to 330,000 ohm centimeter. Let's read this again. I say resistivity of soil is also influenced by the temperature range, and which we see now what it does. It's very important, this point here, how we can understand that. Let us first say, previously we studied about moisture difference, moisture change and moisture reduction. Now we say temperature reduction. So in one column is temperature, that is for CF, and then ohm, centimeter resistivity. So C and F we study. Let us see how it works. In centigrade and Fahrenheit, we'll study on the centigrade, we'll not talk of Fahrenheit. Let us see temperature. C is 20 degrees Celsius. Ohm resistivity in centimeters is 7200 at 20 degrees Celsius, which is 68 degrees Fahrenheit. So I'm not considering Fahrenheit. So that's just it's different. So this is well, I can't write it down. Let's say 20 degrees registered ohm centimeter 7200. 10 degrees it's 9900. I am talking in Celsius. 20 degrees Celsius it's 7200 ohm centimeters. 10 degrees 9900. So when temperature decreases, it is resistivity ohm centimeters decreases. So 0 degrees 13,800 freezing point, and again maybe 30,008. Then minus 5 79,000, and minus 15 330,000. So it's increasing. So what says, it says that resistivity of soil is also influenced by temperature, and variation of resistivity of sand loam containing 15.2% moisture with temperature change 20 to minus 15. In this temperature range, resistivity is seen. This is for for other one, that is loam, sandy loam, and this comes down from 7,200 to 330,000 ohm centimeter when you change temperature from 20 degrees Celsius to minus 15, means 20 to 10, 7,200 to 9,900, 10 to 0, 9,900 to 13,800, and 0 varying is 3800, 30,000, and minus 5 is 79,000, and then what's that? After that, you have to see, because soil resistivity directly relates to moisture content, and temperature. It's reasonable to assume that resistance of grounding system, whatever grounding system, vary throughout different seasons in a year. Throughout different seasons in a year. Such variations are shown now. Since both temperature and moisture content become more stable at greater distances below surface of Earth, it follows that a grounding system to be most effective in all times should be constructed with ground rod driven down to considerable distance. So, considerable distance below surface of Earth. Best results are obtained in ground rod reaching water table. Again I read, it is very important point here. Because soil resistivity directly relates to moisture content. Let me put this off and put this on. One picture also there's some rest. I take this here. So because soil resistivity directly relates to moisture content and temperature, it's reasonable to assume that resistance of grounding system vary throughout different seasons of years. Such variation are shown there. We'll talk that since both temperatures and moisture content become more stable at greater distances below surface of Earth, it follows that a grounding system to be most effective all time should be constructed with ground rod driven down a considerable distance below surface of Earth. Best results are obtained if ground rod reaches water table. Now, seasonal variation of earth resistance with an electrolyte of 3/4 inch pipe in rather stone clay soil, depth of electrode in earth 2, 3 feet for curve 1 and 10 feet for curve 2. So there are two curves shown, January to July, curve 1 and curve 2, and 40 to 20 is the zone. Now, in some locations, resistivity of earth is so high, in some locations, resistivity of earth is so high that low resistance grounding can be obtained only at considerable expense and with an elaborate grounding system. In such situation, it may be economical to use ground rod system of limited size, and to reduce ground resistivity by periodically increasing soluble substance. So it says it may be economical to use a ground rod system of limited size and to reduce ground resistivity by periodically increasing soluble chemical content of soil. Shows substantial reduction in resistivity of sandy loam brought about by increase in chemical salt content to effect of salt content of resistivity of soil. Sandy loam moisture content 15% by weight, temperature 17 degrees Celsius. Now added salt percentage by weight of moisture and resistivity. Added salt percentage of moisture 0% moisture. Added salt is 0. Then ohm resistance is 10700. Then 0.1% by moisture, added salt, and then resistance goes down to 1800. And say in case of 10% by weight of moisture, then it is 460, and 5%, 1%, sorry, not 10%, 1% is 460, 5% is 190, and 10% is 130, and 20 is 100. The chemical treated soil is also subject to considerable variation of resistivity and temperature changes as shown. If salt treatment is employed, it is necessary to use ground rods which shall resist chemical corrosion. And this is sand loam 20% moisture, salt 5%, and we read before 0%, that was added salt 0% by weight, and that was different. So 0% by weight, added salt, in that case it was. And in this case, we can say sandy loam 20%, salt 5% of weight of moisture. Then you can say effect of, in this case when soil is 5%, there was 70 degrees Celsius, sandy loam moisture content 15% by weight, temperature 17 degrees. In this case salt is 5% weight of moisture, sandy loam 20 degrees 20% moisture. So temperature is, I'm talking temperature now, not here by weight of moisture. This 20 degrees temperature, resistivity is 110, 10 degrees temperature 142 ohm centimeter, 1 degree temperature, this is 190, and minus 5 is 312, minus 13 is 1440. Such as copper sulfate, actually such a copper sulfate, sodium carbonate, and other salt must be EPA or local analytic plus. Now we can say this file is almost over, and we get some benefit of this file. This is regarding electrical resistivity that relates to moisture content and temperature, as well as contents of soil we have gone through. It's an interesting one, from point of view of engineering. And what we understood from this? We understood from this soil resistivity definition, there are 3 points given. First one, that you can say subsurface geophysical surveys, and that aid in identifying what sort of ores are there, what sort of rock bottom is there, and bedrock, etc., for geological phenomenon. And we can also know from that corrosion, if there are some pipes below ground, what degree of corrosion is possible there. And resistivity depends on that. A decrease in resistivity relates to increase in corrosion, and when corrosion increases, resistance increases. Also then case of third one, soil resistivity directly affects design of And we have number 3 is soil resistivity directly affects design of, of grouting system, and it's to the task that the discussion is directed. When designing an extensive grounding system, it's advisable to locate area of soil lowest level resistivity in order to achieve most economical grounding system energy. And so this is resistivity of electrical resistivity of soil. So first is subsurface. Then the effects of soil resistivity on ground electrode resistance. We studied that one. If this is soil type and moisture content, how it is and how it is with when there's only clay, ashes, cinder, brine, what is resistivity, and less one is a clay shale, it's different. And when you say proportions of sand and gravel added, this increases, and when you say further increases when clay, gravel, sand, stones, and different types of soils are there having different. So softer soils means lesser resistivity. It says ash is soft and cinder is soft and brine and waste, and they are low. So you say minimum is 590, average is 2370, and maximum 7000. But when it's clay, shale, gumbo, it's little different, and so it's in case of 340 down from 590, and then average is more and maximum that. But when same with varying proportion of sand and gravel, it increases, and gravel, sand, stone with little clay or loam, it further increases. That's a factor selecting soil resistivity. So by moisture we have seen resistivity varies if you increase, if resistivity on Mrs. topsoil and sandy soils, and this is 0% moisture content, highest resistivity. And when moisture content goes on increasing, resistivity goes on increasing. And when you say temperature, and when temperature is higher, resistivity is lower, and when temperature goes on reducing down, resistivity increases. Similarly, so we have gone through this. Means if here also you see, you can say moisture content increases, weight of moisture increases, ohm centimeter decreases, moisture decreases, and like that. Moisture content increases means resistivity decreases, and which means without moisture resistivity more. Temperature again same, highest to low. So this is that file. We learned about this. Now we'll close this file and see what else can we get. Now there's another file. I think I should take it today because it's already 7:07 and I cannot cover much in FIDIC. That's not the problem. And effects on backgrounds. That's which file I have to take here. That's also very important point. And this is one, which file controls stiffness columns, electrical, but soil resistivity, the data sheet PDF site. So no, not this one, not this one. Let me see. Hydraulical bomb material, incidental bomb granular material. It's not that. Sterilization, lime, cement, sand, particle, soil modification, thing diagonal development. Not this, not this, not this. Thermal soil, thermal resistivity, VAB, yes. VAB goes to column, no. Then what else on the no? So thermal soil VAB, this is big file having 29 pages. So we cannot do FIDIC today. We hold on for FIDIC for tomorrow because this is very important material. Soil stabilization, and let's go for this rather for jumping into Other areas, this is now, here it's written don't gas measure, and it is you may say don't guess but measure. And this is also thermal, this is soil thermal resistivity, and it is, I think the writing is very poor in this. Very low. I have to be very clear here because fonts colors are, no, it's okay, it's okay, later on it's okay. Let me see what it says actually in beginning. It's also very important what it says. It says electricity flowing in a conductor. Electricity flowing in a conductor generates heat. Resistance to heat flow between cable and ambient environment causes cable temperature to rise. When cables are buried, why so light font is used by this? But I can't read. That's too blue. I'm color blind. Can't write like nonsense. I should select this. I can't select this also. I think there is a PDF file. Let me understand briefly. I think it's a little better. Electricity flowing in a conductor generates heat. Now, resistance to heat flow between cable and ambient environment causes cable temperature to rise. Okay, cable temperature rises. Okay. When cables are buried, soil forms part of thermal resistance. When cables are buried, soil forms part of thermal resistance. And thus soil thermal properties become becomes an important part of and an important part of cable design. When cables are buried, soil forms part of thermal resistance, and thus soil thermal properties become an important part of cable design. This is one point of very, very, how can I can't read that. So blue font they're using, I don't know what part. Let's keep further. Let me repeat this. Electricity flowing in a conductor generates heat. Resistance to heat flow between cable and ambient environment causes cable temperature to rise. When cables are buried, soil forms part of thermal resistance. Next is, in this, we go to next. This is for this. This is for electrical. Now let's see thermal. We are comparing that. It's reciprocal of thermal conductivity. Electricity. It's reciprocal of thermal conductivity in buried cable applications. Soil thermal resistivity is an essential factor in near McGrath calculations, which allows engineers to predict temperature of buried cable and determines cable ambient ratios. Cable determination ratio. Oh my God! Small half page. It's too difficult to read. I'm just searching an tangle. Now, even in a well-designed, well-designated system, soil may account for half of total thermal resistance. Says, even in a well-designed system, soil may account for half of total thermal resistance. It's difficult. What people do? Oh my God. Even in well-designed system, soil may account for half of total thermal resistance. Engineers need treat soil thermal resistivity with as much respect as they do cables and ducts. Thermal resistivity or RHO is defined in National Electrical Code 2014 as heat transfer capability through a substance by conduction. And also other side is to read. That's also important one. Reading is a problem here. It is reciprocal of thermal conductivity in buried cable applications. Soil thermal resistivity is an essential factor in Neher-McGrath calculations, which allow engineers to predict temperature of buried cable and determine cable now. बहुत मुश्किल है यार ये पढ़ना. Thermal resistivity is often reported in different measurement units. Internationally, it's reported in SI units as degree km per W per degrees. degree km per W watt per degrees Kelvin meter per watt. It's Kelvin meter. Okay, this case Kelvin meter per watt. In United States, it's more commonly reported as C centimeter per watt per degree Celsius, centimeters per watt. So Kelvin per watt. So now we'll go to other page. It says never use standard values. Never use standard values. It says in February 1998, a series of 4 power cable failure blacked out New Zealand's most important commercial district for nearly 5 weeks. Oh my God, is it 98? 22 years back. Could be, I don't know. No. Official report cites some insufficient appreciation of importance of soil conditions as a primary cause of this crisis. Failure, while spectacular, is far from only one. Power engineer Kath Lane always educates his clients about importance of assessing thermal RHO. We tell them this is a real thing. If you don't account for this condition, you have a failure. So is that now thermal properties. Volumetric capacity and thermal resistance, density and thermal conductivity. So it says volumetric thermal properties, volumetric heat capacity, mj over mq k, and density g over centimeter cube. So these are units, mj, and thermal resistivity is c centimeter over w, and thermal conductivity is w or mk. All right. Looking at variables, look at variables. Sorry फाइल ऐसे ही यार, सारी फाइल ऐसे मतलब फाइल लेंगे. Now look at variables. It's all file like that. You have to read like that. Yes, think so. It's problematic, man. Variable that affects thermal resistivity in soils. Variables that affect thermal resistivity in soils and other porous materials include density, water content, temperature, and compositions. If I'm doing client, can I help it? I don't know. Maybe I'll try. I can't say. It's saying variables that affect thermal resistivity in soils and other porous materials include density, water content, temperature, and composition. Density, water content, temperature and composition. Table 1. I think what I should do to read this file, if I do this a little back and I read that, that's maybe I have to stand in that case. No problem, I may stand, what's wrong with that? No problem at all. That is trying, I can stand better in that case. Maybe I have to read. Let's see. Can I stand? I think it's better, I think, in this case. Little better down. Maybe this way I think I can better read. Okay, I can do this way. If I use my glasses, I can read. I can't use my glasses, it's not that distant from here. Oh no, it's not use. So variables that affect thermal resistivity in soils and other porous materials include density, water content, temperature and composition. So that's here I can say at this distance I should stand. Okay. Okay then. Table 1 shows thermal properties of elements in a typical soil. These elements normally occur as mixtures in soil. These elements normally occur as mixtures in soil. Thermal resistivity of mixture is quite different. Thermal resistivity of mixture is quite different to compute, since it depends not only on thermal resistivities of components but also on their geometric arrangements. Now, table 1. Thermal properties of common soil constituent adopted from Campbell, Norman, 1998. Now there's one note here. You can find mathematical models for making this computation in several scientific publications, including Introduction to Thermal Properties of Soils, Deveries 1963, and Environmental Biophysics, Campbell and Norman 1998. These models are based on dielectric mixing models and treat overall resistivity as a weighted parallel combination of constituent resistivities. We use these methods to calculate how thermal resistivity of soil varies with changes in water content, composition, density and temperature. Results of these computations are shown in figure 2, 4 and 5. Let's do it first of all. Let's see table 1, which is we are talking now, table 1. Table 1. I should pull it down a little up, I think, yes, I think now, okay. Table 1, it is first column is that's name, of mineral type, you can say name of soil, you can say density, then thermal conductivity, then thermal resistivity, then volume, heat, C capacity. Let us say versus its quartz density, that is G per centimeter cube, 2.6665 or whatever. I can't see here. I know I took the board with that, but I took it there only. You can't read from here. Finding problem with this font. So I should say we should accept this way only. So we kept like this. Okay. I should freely say now. This is quartz density gram per centimeter cube, 2.066, thermal conductivity watt per minute K, 8.8, 8.8, thermal resistivity, and that's degrees C, centimeter per watt. This is 11, and volume, heat, capacity, mj per m cube K, 2.13. So first is density, then is thermal conductivity, then is thermal resistivity, and volume, heat, capacity. All these four I speak for various materials. I will not repeat now units. You just think of density, thermal conductivity, thermal resistivity, volume, heat, capacity. First is quartz, I have told you. Soil minerals 2.65, 2.5, 40, and 2.31. Then granite 2.64, 3, 33, 2.16, organic matter 1.3, 0.25, 400 and 2.5, water 1 and then 0.58, 172, 4.18, ice 0.92, 2.5, 40, 2.1. Then this is air 0.0012, that is density. I'm closing this density, that is 0.12 gram per centimeter cube, 0.0012 gram per centimeter cube. Density is taken. Then thermal conductivity 0.026, and then thermal resistivity 3846, and volume, heat, capacity 0.0012. This is table 1. Now we go to what is that? It's water content meter. So without knowing anything about weight and factor for these in an actual soil or fill material, 4 things should be clear. Wise. This air is bad, number 1, 2, 3 and 4. Air is bad in order to achieve acceptable low thermal resistivity. Air is bad in order to achieve acceptably low thermal resistivity. Fill must be tightly packed. I can't read this well, so let me sit down and see. It's difficult to read like this. Wait a minute. It's possible, not possible. I can't say. Let's go in ordinary way. I can't help it. So let's it's not possible. What I do? Let us see like this. How file? I don't know why I downloaded this file. This is a difficult file for me. What to learn from model? This is written here. This is organized figure 1, which we have gone through. Table 1, it was, I think, table 1 of figure 1 says. Now organize figure 1 live constituents that are important in determining thermal resistivity of soils. And so what is that? It's a figure 1. It's figure 1. Let's say what's that? Figure 1. And it says that quartz is 11, thermal resistivity, it says thermal resistivity, and this is thermal. Quartz is 11, other soil minerals, other soil minerals 40, water 172, organic matter 400, air 3846. I think this video to you. So yeah, it's that here. Okay, that's one. Now without knowing anything about weighing factors for these in an actual soil or fill material, as we said before, this is air is bad. Number one is air is bad in order to achieve acceptable low thermal resistivity. Acceptably low thermal resistivity, fill must be tightly packed. So it's good one. Air is bad, that's it, for fill. In order to achieve acceptably low thermal resistivity, fill must be tightly packed. This means is that tightly packed. This means this talking of compaction. We're talking of compaction. FDD should be higher. This is what it's talking of. Alright, so what we should say in this. And then you say, there's an organic matter, no matter how wet, well, still have a very high resistivity. This means no organic matter. Organic matter, no matter how wet it is, still has a very high resistivity. So do not allow, we say no organic matter should be in fill. Alright, then say replacing air with water, replacing air with water helps, but water alone is still not a very good conductor. The fill materials high in quartz have lower resistivity, other things being equal. Alright, now let's go what it says. Different types of files. Figure 2. Figure 2, what's that? That's figure 2. Figure 2, there's a graphics, this water content. Yeah, let me just talk. I'll get mad reading this file. I do not mean that I should go to this extent in this case. I did not expect this file find so much problem. And just very light font, I can't read my eyes, and I can't use because that's hypermetric. It's not my glass, and this is water content 0 to 0.50, 0.3, 0.1, sorry, 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, 0.5, and goes up to 0 to 700 on ordinate, that is thermal resistivity. And here's water content. So organic soil is shown in red color, loam is shown Organic soil is shown, I don't know, son, not in red color. I can't read the color here. Loam is in light blue, and quartz sand is in red. Organic is in other color. Which color is this? I can't understand from here because of color blindness. Okay, so this is three curves are here, and we'll see water content. In this case, you can say thermal resistivity is highest in case of organic related curve. All are highest, and it is lowest in related to quartz sand, and you can say in loam in between, it's that one. I can take photograph and show you that that's not able, but maybe it comes correctly. Oh, get lost here, only calling for nothing, bloody hell. What for that calling, wasting my time? भाड़ में जाओ यार तुम लोग, फालतू के लोग, idiots, डिस्टर्ब करते हैं हमारा आके बिना मतलब. No relation, nothing, just calling for friendship. So I'm taking this photograph here. Let me take. डिस्टर्ब करते बिना मतलब डिस्टर्ब करते हैं यार, देना नहीं कुछ. ऐसे के फ्रेंड्स यार. So this is figure 2 here. It's clear, I think, in this. You can see that. It's clear here. You can see that here. And I take figure 1 also here. Whether it will not be clear, very clear, but what to do. I know way out till there. I give that as well, of course. And I'll try to give that as well here. So these three I give it now. Otherwise, we'll see later on what to do with this. Let me see if I can do it now. So this is graphics that I just talked to you about these three curves, quartz, and again light is there. So anyway, you can see top blue color, which is one, the highest one for thermal resistivity, and in between and red line. That's all I can show you in this because of like that. And I'm not having direct projector here. That's my problem. So you can see that resistivity here and water content here, and you can see these three curves all having different. Red is lowest one, and this is, I can say, when you can see this is another table I showed you. And of course here, this is another, so you can see that. So this is, I show to you now. So just moving with that, I can say that if these points are clear, however, says in general, thermal resistivity of a mixture is strongly influenced by component with highest resistivity. In general, thermal resistivity of a mixture is strongly influenced by component with highest resistivity. Dry quartz sand and dry loam soil have comparable resistivities, even though resistivity of mineral differs by a factor of 3, and as in table 1, as limiting resistivity becomes smaller. Differences in resistivities of other components have a large effect. For example, dry quartz and loam differ in resistivity by about 10%, while water saturated quartz sand has about half resistivity of saturated loam figure 2. Now understand water content, that's point here. Understand water content. I think it's time. Yeah, I have in few minutes I close this already 4.5 hours, and I don't have that much time for this. Water content, what we understand by that, it says a quick draining soil. A quick draining soil like coarse sand respond differently to precipitation than a fine silt soil. Asphalt and concrete coverings like roads and sidewalks with good drainage system can prevent moisture from reaching soil. Plants can draw moisture out of soil, but only to a certain point, and soil below and even slightly above a water table can remain saturated, all pores filled with water, as is displayed in bottom frame of figure 3. Now here is figure, this is lower resistivity figure 3, and well, I'll show you that. First let me say what does it mean, and says higher resistivity, lower resistivity, air molecules, and this is shown, then mineral particles are shown, and water molecules are shown in these circles. I'll show to you, and negative shown lower resistivity, positive is higher resistivity. This is shown for purpose of that, and it's written here water content in field. Figure 3 is a graphical representation of different mineral water and air mixtures that make up a soil. At a static density, soil minerals are constant, whereas water and air compete for same space. Soil thermal resistivity changes. Soil thermal resistivity changes based on amount of water or air held in soil pores. Figure 2 shows impact of air and water ratio on thermal resistivity of 3 different soils. It's clear that thermal resistivity of a soil will vary by a factor of 5 to 10 as its water content changes. Since thermal resistivity varies so much with water content, add water content in soils is so variable due to precipitation, drainage, evapotranspiration, and moving water table. It's important to fully understand water content of soil, and this is one soil profile, that is carbon corrosion, I don't know what's written here, carbonation series, carbonation series, other one is dissolves, I don't know, I can't read that, whatever is that it. Now critical water content, I can show you this at least a sketch, so I close this and I close them so that at least what I termed off in that. That's very important point here. Should be clear, otherwise it's not I forget, and you can forget later on, so it's better to give it now to you. So It's like that, It's this figure I'm talking of. It's that. This is a toggraph here. So I give here this one. This figure here. This is figure. It's like this. I take it that way better. I think that way is better than that. This is here. One, and there was two, and there was three. All that. This highest positive is highest up, highest resistivity, and the middle one, and then this, and this relation here for 3. This is that. These 3 circles I'm talking about, If you can take this, we can shift it this one. No, I can't do that. So this is fixed one. The bottom one is negative and top one is positive, and there are three here, 3 in colors. One is crystals on one side, other one is color side. This noting is there. You can see that. So that's that. So we move further in this. What says these components are? It says that these crystals, or you can say mineral particles. I mean to say this is small stone type, crystal type, and other are water water modification. I think yes, molecules, and the other is air. So one is air. Small dots are air, and other one is water. Then it's minerals. These 3 compositions, which we know nothing very specific in that. So with this, I hope I used your time positively today. I think so. There's nothing in this lecture you cannot do. We'll take it tomorrow. Now we close this file, and I close this for today. It's already 4 hours 40, and I don't much time now. I'd say that before I go to YouTube and close that one, because I'm doing there also on YouTube. So I close there. This live is gone, item is gone. That's the one. Yeah, it's on YouTube here. So thank you, YouTube, for today. I close it here, and this is ended here. This is YouTube, 4 hours 40 minutes, and now I come back to yeah, come back to Facebook, and I also close this for under 40 minutes. Thank you very much. And